you had to feel it. Cause I'm living out today. I haven't seen your face, though love from far away. Oh, isn't that fake for you? All I wanted is a chance, I just needed an excuse to see you. You can't take your pretty face and march outside. I opened the door for you. It wasn't love between us, it wasn't time they called us. You need to let this go. Just forget who the hell I was. Just forget who the hell I was. Just forget who the hell I was. Hey, I guess this is me, writing songs of a love forgone. But I guess I had to. Now we became 2 ones from 1 2. I read already 3 pages and 2 years of my life. Look what you made me do. I smile, no thanks to you. You can't take your pretty face and march outside. I opened the door for you. It wasn't love between us, it wasn't time they called us. You need to let this go. Just forget who the hell I was. Just forget who the hell I was.
Who's in first? Let me scroll back a ways. Oh, RV made it in first. Then Wither. And hey, Karina. Hey, Wither. Hey, Boom. Oh, let's see. Hey, Viva. Good morning or whatever the fuck it is for you. Hey, Squiddy. And you French bastard. Hey, Fratus. And hey, Cat. Let's see. Oh, let me clear some of these notifications too. All right. Cool. So the Amazon unionization vote failed. It was final vote 1,798 no's to 738 yays, with 505 ballots challenged by Amazon. There's no point in taking the 505 to the labor board because the 738 plus the 505 doesn't count, doesn't reach a larger total than the 1798 nays. So it failed. There is a possibility. The union submitted an objection to the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, saying that Amazon violated labor law in weeks leading up to the vote. And so there is a possibility for the NLRB to overturn the results of this vote. But as it stands, that's how it lies at the moment. So it was a long shot. It's Bessemer, Alabama, for fuck's sake. I mean, they're deeply propagandized. I would have simply not allowed the vote. Yeah, that's Musk has some serious anti-union practices. Boom. Yep. That's the way it works. Affiliates do not get priority stream compression. Partners do. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not for Twitch affiliate streamers. That's how it works. Sorry, can't do anything about it. All I can say is if, you know, the video is too much, then you can switch to audio only. But that's the only other option. So, sorry. And wrist is hurting again. Fucking TFCC. I'm probably, it's gonna set me back. I'm gonna have to do something about this stupid TFCC thing. And of course it's, you know, I mean, it's flaring up because I've started working out again and doing stuff with it. It's a super bummer. Never tear your triangular fibrocartilage complex, your TFCC. It's a little shock absorber complex towards the ulnar side of the wrist. Never tear that, kids. Avoid things like handstands and rock climbing. Yeah, we tend to be susceptible to it in those areas. Could you seem worn today? It's because I'm, you know, I mean, how many sets of planks and fucking, you know, shit and sit-ups and crunches and shit like that did you do right before stream? Yeah, right before that. Like honestly, like 5:26, and I went on the air. Like I started the stream at like 5:31, 5:32, on the air by 5:38. Yeah, you heard it here first, kids. No parkour for you. Yeah, it honestly, 27% of the athletic population under the age of something like 30 will end up with a TFCC tear sometime in their career. It's ridiculous. It's a very easy thing to damage, and it's a pain in the ass to deal with. Trust me, kids. Trust me. Oh yeah, it doesn't work that way, Rither, but you know, cave. Good thing I never work out. Yeah, So yeah, it makes things difficult. Coffee Man can. I lazy as fuck. I legitimately, it's of all of my injuries, it's the one that hinders me the most. And I mean, even surgery isn't a guarantee that it'll stop hurting. Yeah, it's a big ass bummer of an injury. At the end of the day, and yeah, gymnasts, rock climbers, even weightlifters are all familiar with this concept. Usually it comes with like an overextension, like a sudden overextension of the wrist. So yeah, it was either from a hang or it was from a handstand. Not sure which, but I think it may have been the handstand. Yeah. It's what's it warning of? Damage in the wrist. Here, I'll help a brother out. All right. No, wither. It's, well, I mean, yes, you can condition some of the muscles. But, all right, so here's what you're looking at. This is the TFCC right here. It's this little crazy shock absorbing ligament in the wrist. Here's where it exists in the actual wrist. And here's a TFCC anatomy. We'll blow that up so you can sort of see it. Let's see. So here's the triangular disc. It's sort of attached at 3 points, which is why they call it the triangular fibrocartilage complex. And so basically it tears, and it's sort of a shock absorber in the wrist. And yeah, it's kind of a bitch. Here, you can see the complex blown up. So it sort of attaches in 3 points, and it's got it attaches at these like 3 points, and it's triangular, and it's got this little fucking center disc to it as well. And so these are things that heal. There's not really any sufficient blood supply to this stuff. It's not something that heals on its own. 30% of cases on the outside may actually heal to some extent on their own. Internal tears barely, basically just don't heal. Yeah, it's like a tear to a meniscus. It's just one of those things. Could I cadaver it? No, you couldn't, actually. What they usually do for surgical, they debride it. So they go in and clean up any like loose pieces from the tear that, you know, there may be a little piece sticking out like a hangnail off of it, and they'll clean that off. And if they can sort of surgically bring some of it back together if it warrants that. But again, as I said, there's no guarantee that that fixes anything. It's not like, oh, it won't be painful after that, or you won't have, you know, like lesser grip strength or lifting capability. It's just one of those things. Years ago, Mystified, years ago. But yeah, we were talking about one of the ones that is flaring up due to the new increased workout schedule. Or new increased workout period. Yeah. Yes, you can, Estrella, but once you damage the ligaments inside your wrist, which is what we're talking about, is the TFC complex, or the triangular fibrocartilage complex, it's different. It's, you know, strengthening that wrist isn't exactly the same. Cyborg wrist. Oh, trust me. Trust me. Oh. Yeah, and if I did surgery, it would be 6 weeks of downtime and then a few months of physical therapy. For real. It's, you know, yeah, you basically end up with a wrist that's just locked off Yeah, they do, Kat. Joints suck. They really do. Anybody who's been truly physically active, like at an athletic level in their life, understands how shitty joints are. They're all just crap. So, yeah, so, I mean, I've got, this is a TFCC brace, actually. It's designed to go right in this ridge and sort of add some shock support, because that's sort of what happens. It adds an extra bracing element right here. And so this is one of the most common braces given out by doctors for TFCC tears. And then I also use like an entire wrap around it for like an entire wrist wrap if if I'm doing lifting or pressing or anything like that. Let's have a vote. Who wants womped around or not? There's not many people here. Let's do a community vote. No, there isn't. Oh. It is a confusing poll, isn't it? Well, we'll see. Karina, yeah, it was, dealing with a fucking unabashed anti-Sivir while we're talking about medical injuries, and somebody who unironically would like kill off 95% of the world's population due to their shitty ideology. And we're sitting here talking about our various athletic injuries. Yes. Yeah, let's just say, like, I was joking. Sorry, Wompt. Like, you may eke this out. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I don't care about your environmental terrorist inspired endgame fucking Jensen fucking bullshit. Honestly, it's Friday. It's been a long week dealing with fucking psychopaths, and a bunch of us are in pain. And so hearing about your fucking rambling, anti-civilization ramblings where we can't even get fucking Tylenol anymore because fucking control, blah, 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 blah. You know what? Not putting up with it tonight. I'm not entertaining it. You can take your genocidal bullshit and shove it. Cat, Fertus, it's pretty early for you. Cat, want to get on the air? We're going to do this. It's Friday. We're just going to we're going to lean into it. Because it's been that week anyway. Yes, Squid.
Sweet.
Tie. Literally a tie.
Ain't that some shit?
You survived, Womped, but I'm not going to be kind.
Wait, is this like the fucking Amprim?
Not Anprim, anti-Civ.
I'm still calling them Amprims, all right? I just
Yeah. Fair enough, Estrella. Squid, I don't have the spoons. I know that reference, Squid. I know that reference. I don't have the spoons.
I'm gonna pretend like I understand that reference. All right?
It's a chronic disability and pain reference. It's a meme for those that live with chronic pain. And so it's this analogy somebody came up with, trying to explain what living with chronic pain is like to a friend. And so they were sitting in a restaurant and they gathered up like all of the spoons in the restaurant and put them in their hands. And they said, okay, so you have this many spoons in a day. And every time you do something, it costs you a spoon. And they're like, oh, okay, you know, they've got plenty of spoons. They're like, no, you don't understand. Getting out of bed just cost you a spoon. Brushing your teeth cost you a spoon. Getting in the shower cost you a spoon. Washing your hair cost you a spoon. Toweling yourself off cost you a spoon. And you haven't even made breakfast yet. And so it's a way of providing an analogy for those that don't live with chronic disability to understand how finite the energy is within a human being for dealing with this sort of shit when you're constantly fighting a disability or a pain complex. So, yeah, I don't have enough spoons for this. 50% of Chad didn't even understand what the fucking question was, quite frankly. Anyway, let's pretend that let's just pretend for a moment, Wompt, that you actually aren't a genocidal misanthrope, and you're at a party. And you've come to the party for the weekend. It's a whole house party, and there's a bunch of people there. Have a drink, have a smoke, loosen up, and enjoy yourself, rather than being the guy who calls the cops like fucking Mike Pence on his fraternity brothers. All right? Let's do that. Let's play pretend for this stream. And just pretend like you don't want to, genocide most of mankind. That's all.
Does he at least own that it would genocide most of mankind? But I didn't get to listen to the episode yet.
Not really. There's a lot of fucking pivoting, quite frankly.
God fucking every goddamn time.
Angie, I have a few autoimmune disorders. People don't get it. Yes, Claydonius, Mike Pence really did he reported his fraternity brothers to campus security for a kegger they were going to have. Yeah, that's the level of douche that Mike Pence is.
Okay, Wompt, I want you to do me a favor. Google how many people rely on insulin per day. Google how many people rely on chemotherapy.
Yeah, no, because industrialization caused all of the cancer, and apparently type 1 diabetes didn't exist prior to pre-industrial civilization, despite mountains of evidence.
I'm just trying to point out that they'd still get offed.
Yeah,
regardless.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this. It is a shit take. Fine. It is we're moving on past it.
Oh, fuck it.
As a fellow person from Indiana, that's totally unacceptable to me. Hey, yeah, exactly, Claydonius. Exactly, Viva. So, tonight's bad movie night on the Discord server.
Oh, nice.
We've got a doozy lined up. It was selected last week. We've got next week's picked as well. And then after next week's Bad Movie Night, we will open the floor to more suggestions and a voting process. We'll get a winner and a runner-up, and we'll have 2 more weeks of bad movies, and we'll just rinse and repeat until everybody is sick and tired of Bad Movie Fridays, and we'll decide what to do from there. Wither, my legs were jelly the other day, yesterday actually, during my cardio routine. 40 minutes in, I went to lift my left leg in sort of like a standing oblique crunch sort of situation, and the left leg was just like, nah, I'm good. I'm fine down here on the floor. It was like, oof, all right. There's that.
That's always a fun feeling.
Yeah, there's that wall. Oh, Squid, yes. I don't want to cause FOMO in people, but if you did miss the inaugural night of Bad Movie Fridays, I'm just saying you did miss the high water mark. I don't know how much worse we can get than The Astrologer. It's amazing.
That was a doozy.
Yeah. Plantar fasciitis is always a bitch. You need to get a a podiatrist or a massage therapist all up in there with their knuckles and break up the fascia in the foot. Is one of the most painful things that you can have done, by the way. Just putting that out there ahead of time. But yeah, a lot of athletes end up with sort of this almost, it's not ossified in the classical sense, but definitely a hardened and static fascia in their feet as a result of the mechanics of their workout routine. And you have to get somebody up there and like literally just break it up with their hands and their thumbs. And it is extraordinarily painful, but it will fix shit. So, yeah. Patronum. I enjoyed learning about the Anpriv anti-civ view. Never heard of it before. Had a good laugh, then felt bad that people believe it.
Sounds about right.
Got a poison lined up for a night of fun? I mean, yeah, you better. Like, if you go into this shit sober, if you go into Bad Movie Fridays sober, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Like, just get fucked up. Whatever your thing of choice is. It's definitely something you should not be sober for. My legs are... Oh, yeah, there's the fascia. Squid, I know. Yeah, dude, the fascist stuff is fucking fun. But should a political stance be logically sound? Like, Wada, like conservative stuff sticks and is not logical. Not that I agree with them, but there seems to be more room for emotion stuff that many people think there is. I think there's room in both, Wada. I think you have to customize your appeal based on the audience and the demographic and maybe even the individual that you're targeting at that moment. Any good propagandist does. If you think an emotional appeal will, swing them the furthest, make an emotional appeal. If you think that a moral appeal will do the heavy lifting, do a moral appeal. If you think that a pure logical appeal will close the distance for you, use a logical appeal. I think that it behooves a good propagandist to customize their advertising, their propaganda techniques, depending on whatever their targeted demographic, be it a micro or macro demographic.
Yeah, me, Trey, I'm gonna just say that's cringe. Logic is important. Being consistent with your beliefs is something that like definitely is. I think it's. Oh. I think that's what allows it to stand up to higher levels of scrutiny.
Yeah, Mitre, that's a weird fucking take.
Especially from you, of all people.
Well, Mitre is heavily anti-doctrinal.
No, I mean, I get that. It's just like, he's the edgy boy, though.
Yeah. I watched the last movie sober, but the experience of watching it was high enough for me, says Estrella.
It is actually one of those movies that just makes you feel fucking like...
Am I sober, or did I take something? Yeah, it was. It was a very fucked up movie. Django, we don't talk about that actual stuff on stream. The only reason I talked about the previous one is because there's no way to get your hands on it. There's inevitability. Like, we talked about it openly. All the other stuff from here on out, Bad Movie Friday, as far as what's happening on Bad Movie Friday, happens on the Discord server, not on the Twitch stream. We will talk about it happening, though. Mitre says he's never privileged rationality.
I'm not sure if I enjoy that line of thinking.
Do you think we need beliefs, or could we live without them?
What are we defining as beliefs here?
I mean, whether...
Narrow it down a little bit. That's a bit broad.
I'm gonna be... Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. Forgive me for, like, pulling from a Kevin Smith movie, but I do think that the character that Chris Rock plays in Dogma, it's a good idea. He says that when people believe things, that's the problem, is it doesn't leave room for change. But if you have a good idea, that's good enough. I think that there's something to that if you invest too heavily in belief, then it allows for dogmatic thinking and lack of change or dynamism. Whereas, hey, I have like this pretty good idea, leaves this amount of or degree of sway that can be involved in the process. Do human beings need beliefs? Some don't, many do. There is something to that a lot of people end up rudderless and need something to believe in. Yeah. It may actually be inherent. I mean, it may be in all of us. It just depends what you believe in. As far as, whether it's yourself, whether it's society, whether it's Sky Daddy, whether it's, science, whether it's, it could be a lot of stuff. But yeah, human beings do seem to need beliefs to a certain extent.
Yeah, because it's just like, to me, it seems like that fundamental axiom of good idea, good, beliefs not intrinsically good, seems like a belief within itself. Like, it seems kind of paradoxical, even.
Angie, I had a bad movie night when I watched the young Karl Marx in an effort to understand commie references in chat. I was ready to give you my feedback / learning lessons. Hey, DJ Dialogue, thank you for the host. But the next day, Kamala co-hosted a women's empowerment event with Bill Clinton, and that temporarily brought me down a slightly right spiral. I thought you'd appreciate the effort. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate the effort. Sorry it got sidelined. That's hilarious. Estrella fucking Womp says, I think there's basically no value in identifying with an ideology, and Estrella just comes back and goes, okay, Anprem. What happens? Yes, exactly, Karina.
This is what I'm kind of getting at, Mitre, is that, like, that within itself is a belief, and that, like, those are like fundamental axioms that you're laying out. Those are logical statements. You're drawing a logical line here. If we are divine, that the key to existence, like, isn't really there's no way to objectively, like, define that sort of shit. It's just like, that could be up to,
well, but
like, anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's your belief right there, Mitre. Like, that's
what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, but
like, I'm of the opinion that, like, ideology is just inescapable. Like, it's just kind of the way that we think. It's just kind of the way that we interface with the world.
I agree with that to an extent, and I would add an addendum to that and just say that if you want to prevent toxic ideologies or a downward spiral, that you not allow, and this is one of my favorite words for this sort of thing, is don't allow for an ossification of your ideology. Right? If your ideology becomes set in stone, that's usually highly problematic and leads to a whole host of dilemmas for you and other people.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just like, I guess it's hard to...
Yeah.
I guess at that point, wouldn't that be kind of like a refutation of, like, shared ideology then?
Well, I mean, like, you can have, like, it's constant. Look at internet culture. I mean, it's possible to have these sort of shared belief systems that are constantly in flux.
Fair.
Isn't Kamala a crossing guard at the border now? Barley, I love the autocorrect. Kamala got turned into mammal.
Nice.
Fortus, Ideology is basically the set of priorities that dictates your fundamental decision making. If we're objective, we have to realize that what we hold dear, democracy, science, humanity, are beliefs, and unfounded in any sort of absolute truth. But you know what? I don't want to do without this Virtus. Mammal hair. Yes. Yeah. Wither. Yes. I have a thing that I've used for ages and ages and ages. It's the 1% rule. You have to leave room for 1% of doubt. If you're 100% convinced of something, you're part of the problem. I don't care what problem we're talking about. You're part of the problem. If you are 100%, you just know with all of your being, 100% certainty in something, I don't trust you. Plain and simple.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. Like, how...
That's kind of the thing. Is like, go ahead.
I was just going to say, how do you not have at least a modicum of doubt about literally everything?
Yep. I mean, that's kind of like my thing, is that, like, that's why I find myself, like, so sympathetic to, like, postmodernists, is that that's kind of their whole shtick, is that, like, there's, like... humans by their fallible nature aren't really able to, like, objectively interface with reality, so it makes sense to then have the flexibility for being able to understand multiple meta-narratives being what is the nature of reality. Simplified. I'm butchering the fuck out of that. And it's just like, you know,
easy. Yeah,
it's just I get it, but it's like, on that same note though, the alternative to that is, you know, some people will still just believe they're God anyway, so it's like, what's the fucking point?
All right, so also one of the Irish news sites, which is satirical in nature most of the time, had the best headline for fucking Prince Douchey Douche dying. Their headline was Greek immigrant who lived off welfare dies in England. One of England's most notorious welfare cheats has died at the age of 99, WWN can report.
Nice.
Yeah. I absolutely adore it. So another critic of the Kremlin has been suicided. That's a thing that happened.
Sounds about right for that area.
Yep, sounds about right. And Putin has moved an approximated 100,000 troops to the Ukrainian border.
Nice. That's not concerning at all. I'm sure.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And Rugrats in Paris for DMX. I mean, I suppose he was a part of, like, you know, he was there when I was in high school. Like him barking like a dog and shit, and yelling Rough Riders and shit like that. But I mean, what didn't leave a huge impression on my musical pantheon. But you know, not a way to go. So,
what did he OD on?
No idea.
Because that's like, you know.
Yeah, no idea. And let's see. Well, I can bring it up a little bit for you. Well, let's go down a little further, and then I'll bring it up for you with a little Schadenfreude squid. Amber Geiger, who, if you remember or you don't, it's difficult to keep up with all of the people who get shot by police in this country. I know that. But if you remember Botham Jean, he was the black man who was sitting in his own apartment, I do believe eating ice cream even. And he got up to answer the door, and Amber Jean, a drunk, coming off her shift cop, shot him because she thought he was in her apartment. She got a 10-year sentence, which, by the way, is a joke unto itself. But again, cop and woman, it's not surprised that she got a reduced sentence. And if you think I'm being misogynistic or sexist in that statement, there is multiple studies, including a very infamous one out of Australia, but also the US, that show that women for the exact same crime get lesser sentences than men. She is appealing her 10-year sentence for gunning down a person who was in his own apartment.
Fun times.
Exactly right. He was a black dude eating ice cream after all. How can you not be suspect? Yeah. She was probably lactose intolerant and perceived the ice cream as a threat. Yeah, so that's a thing. That's a thing. Now let's bring it up with a little bit of Schadenfreude. The governor of Montana, who recently rescinded the mask mandate, now has COVID. You know, happens to the best of people.
Cosmic justice, one could say.
Yes.
He's probably gonna survive though.
Oh yeah, he'll get very good health care. And let's see. Oh yeah, and fucking, did you see this Amazon diversity shit?
No, give me the 101.
It is so fucking weird. Apparently, they have they keep track of they have a diversity index within that rates stores, and what they've found is a reverse correlation between unionization and diversity. The lower the rate of the lower the diversity score on their index, the higher the chance of unionization, or the greater rate of talk and speculation about unionization at the store.
You know what? If I had to speculate, my guess as to why that is mainly just due to the fact that due to the lack of like racial or otherwise like ethnic tensions, there's a lot more openness with like, you know, a lot more rapport within like employees and shit, and that results in union talks. Because like, you know, unions don't exactly have a clean history with like being for everyone in this country.
Oops, popped that open accidentally. It is literally from fucking Amazon. Like this is the thing. Like, yeah, it's a leaked Amazon Whole Foods series of documents, and so these are leaked internal documents from Amazon that we're deriving this from. Hey Cassidy.
That's not really the angle that I was coming at, right? It's more so that like unions just used to be racist as shit. Like that's just.
Well, was it? I mean, how do I want to put it? It was the white people. The white people, yeah, the white people were the majority. The majority made up the majority of the unions, and the majority of the unions were racist people. Therefore, the unions were majority racist. Sort of how that works out. Do I believe in Corona?
I'm guessing Corona.
I don't know. I'm granting the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Corona is something that I haven't heard of yet, and I'm about to be educated. Yeah, Estrella, corn is fake. A cave. I don't believe in corn. Corn is a myth. Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Well, I mean, Planned Parenthood may or may not have been, but the founder most assuredly was a eugenicist and a racist bitch. Yes, for sure. Hashtag anti-corn. There's some unions that were anti-racist back in the old days. There was a few, but they weren't the majority.
I mean, there was. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, we gotta understand that, like, most people don't have, like, an in-depth education on, like, unions and other fucking systemic changes and shit. So, you know, that sort of thing. Like, they existed, but, like, you know, doesn't negate what the majority of unions were back in the day.
Fuck corn, eat Brussels sprouts, Duffy said. I mean, Sleep Easy is pro-corn.
I ain't got a dog in that.
You know.
Corn's okay. It's not bad.
I mean, even Planned Parenthood admitted that the founder was a bigot. Like, she supported, I mean, the placing so-called illiterates, paupers, unemployables, criminals, prostitutes, dope fiends on farms and open spaces. She fucking supported sterilizing the blacks. It was, I mean, let's just... Planned Parenthood literally removed her name from the Manhattan Clinic as a result of her problematic statements and views. Yeah. It's just, I mean, Sanger literally wrote this. All right, these are her words. All right, this is Margaret Sanger in her own words. The Aboriginal Australian, the lowest known species of the human family, just a step higher than the chimpanzee in brain development, has so little sexual control that police authority alone prevents him from obtaining sexual satisfaction on the streets. We do not want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, she said, in an effort to sell birth control and abortion proposals to the black community. She was a featured speaker at auxiliary meetings of the Ku Klux Klan in New Jersey. She knowingly and openly opened clinics in minority neighborhoods because she believed immigrants and, quote, the working class are inferior and need their population controlled so as to purify the human race. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is what a crazy racist eugenicist bigot sounds like. Maybe that's just me, though.
So she's like, Kellogg? Yeah, pretty much.
I almost... fucking... I don't know. Man, that is a toss-up. Yeah. It's like, they're both terrible in their own special ways. Let's just put it that way. Kellogg had his own flavor of crazy. Sleep easy. Hold the line, guy. Yeah, it's just... I mean, look, Planned Parenthood today is not the Planned Parenthood of Margaret Sanger's era. I'm not criticizing Planned Parenthood as it exists now, but to deny that Margaret Sanger was a racist, bigoted eugenicist ignores basically every word that fell out of that cunt's mouth. So... Yes, Squid. That's exactly what that means. Oh, yeah, no. Hitler did model his shit on what we did. That was very much a thing.
Also, right, I don't disagree with, like, anything you're saying. I'm just saying, like, there's valid reason for black people to be, like, cautious or otherwise skeptical of, like, these institutions and methods of organizing with that history in mind.
And no, she wasn't British. She was born in New York. Yeah, I mean, that's some of the nuance and context that you have to bring to the situation, right? But also, I mean, I would encourage many of them to, you know, move past that, forgive me, reactionary element within their culture. That, you know, yeah.
I mean, I agree. It's just like, you know.
Yeah, but you have to add it. Yeah, you have to know about it.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the thing is, like, if you don't hear their concerns, they're much less amicable to, like, actually listen to what the fuck you're saying if you can't even acknowledge why they're cautious.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but by the way, people of the UK, you now have a new like working person's like holiday, because you had the anniversary of Margaret Thatcher's death, and now you're going to have the anniversary of a royal dying on nice. Right on a weekend. Like, this is the makings of a working people's like holiday. Like, make this a thing in the UK. Like, fucking take a 4-day to celebrate Thatcher and Philip and then the union labor work of achieving the weekend. Turn that into your 4-day weekend from now on. Start celebrating that shit. Yeah, that's most assuredly something that should be a thing. Viva bitte. Apparently, okay, so one, it looks like we're gonna have a bunch of firearm like executive orders rolled out in this country. Look forward to that fucking shit fuckery. Biden has created a commission, though, to study the potential of a Supreme Court expansion as well. So that's a thing that's happening.
Ooh. Okay, so we're going to get fucking wild with this presidency.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, my goodness.
Take advantage of the fact that a royal died back-to-back with Thatcher dying on top of a weekend. Don't look for special meaning. Just own it. Anytime a fucking king or queen or prince or princess dies, as far as the anti-authoritarian and non-monarchists amongst us are concerned, that's a good day. That's a good day. Right? Like, we don't have to wish for them to die, or we don't have to wish harm upon them. But when somebody who literally occupies a classist position in society that because of divine right of kings is more special than you dies, fuck them. Celebrate. Have a beer. Neko, no, Neko, 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. You're on Friday, so it's 5:30 p.m. Pacific. And then Tuesday, Thursdays, it's 11:30 p.m. Pacific. So last night you caught the 11:30 p.m. show. Today is 5:30 because I have community members that are all across the globe. So, oh Jesus, it's a while ago now. Started doing the 11:30 show so we could, check in with people on the other side of the planet who don't have to be up at like 2 a.m. to catch us. Hey, Banana. Cassidy talking about... did a happy dance today. He wasn't a good person, said Cassie. Any monarch is. Squid, I may or may not have a plan to make a cake later today. See, this is the thing you should do. Like, especially like if you classify yourself as anti-authoritarian or especially anarchist, when royalty dies, that's a good day. It's a good moment. Right? Like, how dare you not abdicate that position? Like, the only moral thing that a monarch can do is refuse to be a monarch. Be born into that family, come to the age of reason, realize how fucked that system is, and turn your back on it completely. That is a good royal, right? Somebody who says, no, that's bullshit. I'm not any different or special. Like, I abdicate all of that. I want nothing to do with it. All right, you're good people. You're good people. I'm okay with you. But if you're going to live like a literal prince or king or queen or princess... and you notice I do put the proper fucking spin on it. I understand. It's not princess. It's princess. Fucking douchebag royals. When they die, it's a good moment. Yeah. Viva, yeah, with the gun control thing, can anarchists now advocate for them and pull people from the right? No, that's definitely a thing that, I mean, I've used that as an entry. We've seen that a few times. People come in here like, well, how do you feel about the Second Amendment? It's like, oh, no, you go far enough left, you get your guns back. Like, yeah, it is most assuredly one of the olive branches that we reach out to that side all the time. Neko had a Corona brand beer when Herman Cain croaked. I respect it, Neko. British royal family is a fucking sham. They're not even the real descendants of King Arthur. I'm out for a couple of hours PT time. Good luck, Squid. Is the EU a bunch of welfare states? I mean...
Kinda.
Yeah. Crisis said, right? They ain't even related to Richard III. Today was a good day. Yeah, exactly. Forcing us to care about the death of a monarch is wealthy and elite people pissing on the poor and destitute. Yeah. Anarchistholidays.org, and it's just a list of the deaths of royals recorded in history. Let's make that a thing, says Wither.
I'm down with it.
Give me 1 sec. All right. Account. Sign in. Where's my OTP for that? So if you think, you fuckers don't think I'm not fucking, it's 2-factor secured on basically everything. Let's see. All right. anarchistholidays.org. Let's see. Search. Add. View. Done. Confirm. Oh, we even get a discount because of reasons. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead and renew, but I don't need premium DNS. Domain privacy, that's fine. And there we go. All right. Anarchistholidays.org is ours.
Cool.
That's a thing. So we'll work on that. No rush on it, but yeah. If you have accounts where it's pretty easy to grab this stuff on the fly.
How much is it going to cost you?
$9.
Oh, well.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll figure that out in the future. Really? Oh, hang on. I'm getting notifications. All right, I just need to do another thing here. Do that one. Bright light. And yeah, continue on that. There we go. All right. And yeah, and since my hosting is basically like just total, I can just spin up a website at a fucking moment's notice for all intents and purposes. Yep, there's my notification. Anarchistholidays.org is mine. So there we go. That'll be amusing to use. What do we got? Interesting crisis. All right, so we covered that. We covered the union vote. We talked about fucking 100,000 troops moving to the border of Ukraine, which is going to be, oh, Jesus Christ, that's going to be a thing and a half. The queen not only lost a husband, but a cousin, too. Oh, Cassidy. Yeah, if you want to create a holiday list for, like, you know, an anarchist, holidays that anarchists could or should or, you know, celebrate. Yeah. By all means, that'd be super useful. I would, we'll just put up a simple page. Like, it doesn't have to be anything super fancy. But yeah, definitely theme it around, authoritarians that have died. Like, it doesn't have to be like every monarch ever, but you know, if you've got a list of particularly bad ones or particularly authoritarian ones, or you know, people who, you know, Thatcher types or CEOs of massive conglomerates that kick, you know, like fucking the death of a Rothschild, the death of a Rockefeller, the death of like a Carnegie, stuff like that. Yeah. By all means, throw those in the list, and then we'll turn it into a thing. If you can do a spreadsheet, that would probably be best. If you're actually willing, Cassidy, like put it in like an Excel or something spreadsheet, with like their name and then the date. Then, yeah, when Trotsky died, that's fine. When Stalin died, when Lenin died, yeah, that would be super useful. Yeah. That way I could probably parse that out into a calendar script for the website. Cassie said, fuck yes. Rock on. Yes, Neko, there's the sacred Excel. There's an estimated 100,000 troops being moved to the border of Ukraine at the behest of Der Führer Putin. Tsar Putin, however we wish to refer to this fucker who's never going to leave office. So, yeah, definitely a thing that's happening. Hey, Squee. Oh, Squee without a fucking badge. Look at that shit. Hey, Squee. Squeeze looking nude.
Yep.
Reporting that Putin is afraid. Former 45th POTUS Putin. 2034, was it 2034 or 2036? Right. Either way, it's 2030 something. Yeah. Yeah, I talked about that the other day when they did that. Yeah, I don't remember exactly either. Cave wants a rom-com about Trotsky fucking around in exile called Hotsky for Trotsky. I could see that getting made. Jesus Christ. 2036. Thank you, me Toad. Viva. Oh, Monday will be fine with a Russian and a Ukrainian colleague.
Those are always fun ones. Just fucking being in the middle of those types of conflicts. I once worked with a fucking Armenian and a Turkish person.
Oh.
Wasn't a fun fucking time, son.
No.
I'll tell you what.
I wonder why they don't get along so well. Interesting. Is there any history there? Yeah, he's worried about like large-scale civil war on the peninsula, so preemptive 100K worth of soldiers. Let's see. So the House Ethics Committee is investigating Gates now. I mean, they're the least of his worries. I'd be more concerned about the DOJ investigation, frankly. This motherfucker was like banging underage kids. He was like engaged. He was interacting with a known human trafficker, or suspected, I'm sorry, alleged human trafficker, right? Like, this motherfucker got caught Venmoing money over to a human trafficker with literally putting like text in the memo lines saying, hey, hit up the insert redacted underage girl's name here.
God damn, son.
Yeah. Like, this motherfucker's OPSEC for, I mean, I couldn't imagine, like, hey, let's engage in fucking, like, underage sex and, employ the services of a human trafficker. You know what? How will I pay for this? I'll just Venmo him the money. Motherfucker, have you seen, like, a single movie ever? Like, this isn't like you had to be in the mafia as an accountant to know how this shit works type knowledge. You just left a literal electronic trail to your doorstep from a human trafficker. Are you fucking Oh, wait, no, he is. Never mind. I answered my own question.
Yeah. That was kind of just going to get there.
How fucking stupid do you have to be to Venmo a human trafficker $900 with a memo line saying, hey, hit up the underage girl's name here? These people are fucking, it is astounding how bad, this is most assuredly a kakistocracy. For those, government run by the worst or least capable, right? This is a kakistocracy. If there ever was a fucking kakistocracy, this shit is a kakistocracy. Like, these motherfuckers are in charge? Interesting. Well, I mean, hey, Squee. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, you're not getting that Trump 2024 Squee, but by all means, I'll never, I look forward to Trump 2028 and Trump 2032 and whatever else you advocate for. But
you really think he's going to make it to 2032?
I mean, they'll just shift to a new Trump at that point. But Squee said, here's to another 6 months. Love what you do. I don't drink anymore. Living a healthy life. I am so happy to hear that, Squee, that you've given up the drinking. I knew it was a bit of an issue. And I'm happy to see that you're making gains and strides in that area. Mad props, man. That's not easy to do, and you did it, or you're doing it. So it's a process. Yes. Well, it doesn't really show me that in the notification, but Squee just subbed for another 6 months apparently. So thank you, Squee. Thank you kindly. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna let Kat take this one, actually. Here you go, Kat. What's a virtue signal?
It's basically just like, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory. You're signaling virtue. Like, you're trying to make yourself, or a group, or a people, whatever, just insert, like, entity here, seem virtuous. Usually, without advocating for any sort of, like, actual material change. Although, you can advocate for material change while virtue signaling. It's a whole thing. But yeah, it's basically just a fancy way of saying you're making yourself look good.
It's a disingenuous attempt at communicating morality in an attempt to garner favor or improve one's perceived character.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's lying to try and kick it. Right? Old turn of phrase from fucking back in the day. You ain't gotta lie to kick it. It's the exact opposite. It's lying to kick it. It's you going into a group and saying, I too hate... What are we about? I too hate fascists, fellow kids. It's that. Virtue signaling. Oh, interesting. Squee's gonna go play some games. I just ate my first homemade. Wish me luck. Squee, I wish you much luck. I hope you don't end up in the uncomfortable place and you just end up in the sort of like mellow, chill, like couch lock almost. Good luck, my man. Congrats on doing it. Yeah. And what are you gonna play, Squee? Like, I'm interested in that. There most assuredly is something. I mean, Jesus Christ. There's Argus here saying there's no such thing as social capital. No, there most assuredly is.
Yeah, what are you talking about? It's like, how do you explain social media then? Like you can literally just translate your social like well-being into wealth. No, let me put it like this, Argus. Have you ever heard somebody being described as not worth somebody's time? What is capital if not just a value placed on time?
I mean, look, I don't want to be that dude, but there's an entire Wikipedia page on social capital. It's a thing.
Pretty much. Yeah. Or it doesn't even necessarily have to be an investment for potential capital. It could literally just be like looking at one's like social value and evaluating it in a similar manner to capital. There doesn't even have to be the investment bit.
I mean,
Argus, I agree with you, but people aren't inherently like logical. Like that's something you got to realize is that like we are like fallible emotional beings.
I mean, it's a thing. Like, I mean, the argument starts at social capital isn't a thing. No, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Yeah, 100% a thing.
Like, it's a thing. Psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, it's a thing.
Yeah. Like some people are just worth, like, oh, damn.
RV with 5 gift subs. Thank you, RV. What is the name anyway? Those of us on the inside that know that name. Highway 070, Cut the Mic, Nautical Fury, and Aftershark, all with the gift sub recipients. Thank you kindly, RV. Neko's bitching about raisins, by the way. You think it's a chocolate chip cookie, but it's an oatmeal raisin cookie. It should be a law. The only law I believe in, honestly, says Neko.
These motherfuckers.
I'm fine with oatmeal raisin. I don't eat that kind of shit anymore anyway. Like, you won't catch Kai eating a chocolate chip cookie or an oatmeal raisin cookie. But I'm fine with both of them, quite frankly. I think oatmeal raisin has its own, appeal.
Same here. I don't understand the hate on raisins.
Holy shit. Highway has a founder's badge.
Wait, who?
Highway 070. With 3 fucking messages. Highway has 3 messages since October 26th. And apparently got the founder's badge because Rogue Ascension gave the gift. What a weird turn of events. I dig it. Fucking, yeah, Highway, I respect the lurk. Man, you are fucking dedicated to the lurk, and I respect it. Holy shit. Yeah.
To be fair, I feel like in a way you killed it by talking about it.
Well, I mean, it fucking caught me that far off guard. Feel free. Highway, go back to lurking now.
Oh my god, this motherfucker.
Wow. Rock the fuck on.
Love you, Highway. It's like a deep level of like dedication. I feel like the main appeal of like streaming in general is like live interaction,
Hey, Apparently I'm doing something. We need a lurkers union. I'm not lurking, but I'll advocate for y'all, says Estrella. Well, I mean, you know, that's one of the first fucking emotes like one of my favorite and first emotes I put up is the Cappy Lurk emote. Like, we have a dedicated lurk emote. I lurk all the time on people's channels.
Here's Highway with his lurk.
Yep. I do it all the fuck time. That's very much like a big portion of my streaming, or like engaging with streamers. One of the few I actually engage with, like I talk to back and forth in chat with, is actually Public Loser. Public goes on like at weird hours, and like the earliest Public will go on is like 11 o'clock at night. And so like at 3 a.m., if I'm having particularly bad neuropathy pains or I've had a bad day, Public's on there either playing something really goofy, happy, or something like some sort of scary horror game, and he's losing his they are losing their shit. Sorry, Public. Public prefers they, them. They're losing their shit. And so, like, you know, I can go and catch Public just absolutely losing their shit over, like, you know, being stabbed through the chest by an alien or something like that, and relax and have a good time and have a conversation with them. So hey Gringo, semi-lurking. Duffy, my best interaction is I made a streamer with 25,000 viewers today, subconscious, because I noticed they had food in their beard. That's some big dick energy you're putting up there, Duffy.
That's a good one.
I'm in your head now, motherfucker.
Oh, I had him thinking about it for like hours later, dude.
Okay, so Epsom salts don't do anything for the nerve pain, although I do use lavender essential oil in the bath just to make it smell good and help relax. For me, it's the hot bath itself. It's sort of burning out the nerve ends, overloading them with the heat is what helps me, existential, but thank you.
It's fucking hardcore, son.
Oh, shit, I don't know. Kat, when did we make the switch to Twitch?
I can fucking tell you, it's been a
March?
while. Feels like it, right?
March. I want to say it was March of last year, maybe.
Yeah, thereabouts, I think.
Yeah. Wait. No, it was later. Give me one sec. Now I'm thinking about it. I'm fucking, I just... Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, we came together. We were a package deal alongside me, Trey, and Joe.
And Curio.
Oh, and Curio's. Well, Curio came a little later.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but August 25th.
There you go.
Yeah, it was August 25th of last year. A bunch of we are refugees from another network.
Yeah, that's an interesting network.
Interesting's a word.
It had its moments.
It did have its moments. It brought us all together either way, so.
You sap.
Viva, I told you to let me fry your nerve ends off. I'm working on it. Hey, existential. It's, you know, some people. That's the way they prefer it. A lot depends on my mood, whether I work or not, whether smart people are talking about stuff I can learn from. I'm used to shutting up when people teach, but it makes me afraid to ask questions, so I might probably learn faster if I did that. Yeah, Wada, never hesitate to ask a question, especially around these parts.
I think the key to a good educator is someone that commands enough respect to have people shutting up, but is very open and fosters an environment where they can ask questions. Like, they can walk that tightrope.
Estrella, go back to your other network. No refugees allowed.
Fuck.
I'm not sure if I can make room amongst all of the African church streams on that network anymore.
I forgot. Dude, I tuned into a couple of those when they were going on, dude. they were fucking wild.
They are. It's
Yeah.
a whole.
Some of them were nice people though. I trolled a few, and they just like gave me a little bit of a spiel. It was fine.
Murrah Twitch. Yeah.
Murrah Twitch.
Let's see. Anything else? Off topic. Should Ethiopia continue building the dam? Oh, I'm not. I mean,
I don't know shit about it.
Now I'm curious. Not sure if I should be. Okay, so that's a thing. I suppose thank you for the follow. Basically, it's the, I'm just looking up the name here. It's the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, formerly known as the Millennium Dam. It's on the Blue Nile River in Ethiopia, and it has the potential to really fuck up like Egypt and Sudan. And so, like, I mean, we're talking like 13.5 billion cubic meters of water territory. So probably not, but they're probably going to anyway, which will lead to greater tensions in the region, which, is in a region that already has a whole host of tensions. So I'm sure nothing will happen. Yeah. Is capitalism based? I don't like theory or anything. No, I don't read theory or anything. Capitalism is not based. Capitalism is, I'll just do the same thing I always do. Capitalism is coercive, it's oppressive, it's hierarchical, it's exploitative. Just inherently, it's designed to be. That's a built-in feature set. It's not like, oh, if we did something differently, then no, capitalism is that. That's how it operates. Those are the fundamental tenets of capitalism. There's no way around that. So no, capitalism would be the opposite of based. Yeah. There are some interesting proponents or theorists within the capitalist milieu that could be described as based. Adam Smith, who's a favorite of libertarians and capitalists who have never read Adam Smith, is oftentimes super based. He was against the rentier class, so basically he would be against intellectual property, he would be against landlords, he would be against like most anything that you pay for but do not own. He was against national borders. So I mean, there's a whole host of takes that Adam Smith, who was a rank capitalist and is often cited by libertarians and capitalists of all stripes, that definitely was an interesting dude. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, no. Neko, I have to take, I like tonal indicators. Mitre hates them, but like the /S for sarcasm, I adore. Text doesn't necessarily convey things. And I have to take people at face value due to the sort of slightly educational aspect of the channel. Just one of those things. So yeah, throw me a /S if it's not brutally obvious. They worship without reading Adam Smith. Oh yeah, Chaotica. It's always hilarious to catch a capitalist quoting Adam Smith or citing Adam Smith. It's like, you do realize you would hate this man, right? Like he would destroy most of what you advocate for these days. I mean, just imagine the open borders thing alone. All right, like, oh, Adam Smith said that. Adam Smith also said we shouldn't have nation-state borders. Well, he was wrong on that. Yeah, he also said landlords shouldn't be a thing. Well, he was wrong on that. He also said intellectual property shouldn't be a thing. Well, yeah, okay. So how in favor of Adam Smith are you now? Like, yeah. Please only take me serious 10% of the time, says Viva. Yeah, the problem is which 10%? Rye. Oh. Never heard of the military superpower Ethiopia, said Viva. I mean, it almost kind of has. So the George Floyd fucking trial is still going, and, you know, pathologists and doctors have testified it wasn't drugs. It was, you know, lack of oxygen to his brain that killed him. But again, that's all I'm going to say on that. I know some people have been following that trial, like, closely. None of that matters to me. Talk to me when there's a verdict. And then talk to me after the appeals process is done. Because a lot of those verdicts against police officers actually get overturned in appeal. You know, 6 or 12 or 18 months after we stop paying attention to it so closely. Many of them get to keep their pensions. They get, you know, it's... So, talk to me then. Why am I getting tagged?
Ow! What the hell are you doing, Cartman? I'm kidding you, but unfortunately I could only afford a wiffle bat, so it's...
Oh, shit. All right, let me, Oh. How am I gonna do this? All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna do it, but that is, I am...
It's gonna take a while. Cartman, don't fight it, Kyle. It will only take longer. Just slip into sweet unconsciousness.
Yeah. You know what? If you want to see what that video actually is, jump over to shared content on the Discord server. Yes, Viva, like the police lady. Yes, exactly like fucking Amber Geiger. Right? Like, managed to get 10 years for shooting a dude in his own apartment, just sitting there eating ice cream, and then is appealing it. And very, very realistically could end up overturning the decision and getting a successful appeal. So, we shall see. So, yeah, talk to me after the verdict. Talk to me after an appeals process with the Chauvin trial. And then we can have that conversation. I'm not going to be one of the premature celebrationers. Like, no. Yeah, fair enough.
What type of hell do you think is gonna break out when he inevitably gets, like, found innocent?
I don't know if he is or isn't, but if he is, like, you can look forward to a full Rodney King.
Yeah, it's just like my thing is like nationwide though, you know?
You can look forward to a full Rodney King.
Fair enough.
Yeah, a lot of shit's gonna be on fire. If they, like, this is the thing, like, if they acquit this motherfucker, there's gonna be, like, fire instantly. Like,
oh, 100%.
There gonna be motherfuckers standing there with the torch, like, just standing there, like, right on the edge of lighting something on fire, just waiting for that verdict. Like, oh, and we're lighting it on fire now. Like, yeah.
Like, yeah, motherfucker, I did it.
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it?
It's gonna be a fucking thing. He'll be let go on a technicality. Can we make bets, says Viva?
I'm not sure if I want to put money on that.
I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't fucking bet on it, but that's usually how that goes, you know, in general. Have I ever watched Allen Ginsberg's poetry readings? No, I've read some Ginsberg, but I've never watched him do a reading. I know they're available though, like they're on YouTube and stuff like that. There's a few of them. At least they try to abolish the prisons for cops.
That's progress. I'm gonna twist it.
Let's see. Yeah, you know, we'll see. Like I said, but if he does, if he's acquitted, shit is gonna go down, for sure. During the final day of the trial, everyone's gonna show up with pitchforks and torches. I love this. Who wrote this? Vanity Fair. Is this their actual? Yeah. Vanity Fair. Great headline. Report: Matt Gaetz is well and truly fucked.
Nice. I mean, you might as well say it, you know?
Something that's been made abundantly clear over the last few years is that there's no minimum IQ requirement to serve in Congress, or obviously the White House. Numerous examples from, and they go through a bunch, but then they start eviscerating Gates. In 2 late-night Venmo transactions in May of 2018, Representative Matt Gaetz sent his friend, the accused sex trafficker Joel Greensberg, $900. The next morning, over the course of 8 minutes, Greensberg used the same app to send 3 young women varying sums of money. In total, the transactions amounted to $900. The memo field for the first of Gates' transactions to Greenberg's was titled Test. In the second, the Florida GOP congressman wrote, "Hit up," redacted girl's name here, but instead of a blank, wrote the nickname for one of the recipients. When Greenberg then made his Venmo payments to the 3 young girls, he described the money as being for tuition, school, and school. They're both connected through Venmo to then 18-year-old woman who now works in the porn industry, who they tried to get across straight lines, and they found more than $300,000 in suspicious or unjustified expenses. Gates and Greenberg share Venmo connections with at least 2 women who received payments from Greenberg, and both have professional relationships with one another. Like I said, this is rookie shit. This is rookie shit. For anybody, look, I mean, most people, I think most of us in chat, have more experience within the realms of criminality than this dumb fuck. To be like, hey, no, you don't Venmo your drug dealer. That's a bad idea. Keep it cash. Right? Like, you don't Venmo your human trafficker. That's not how things happen. Didn't even launder it. Just sent it directly to the dude. Change cars off. This is just levels of dumbassery that show, this is privilege. You want to know what privilege looks like? This is what the end result looks like. Is that you think you can just Venmo your human trafficker buddy for your sex slaves. Motherfucker, how much shit have you gotten away with in your life that you think that this is how this works? He obviously has not read Age of Surveillance. He's speed running the court case. Exactly, Duffy. I really want to get my sentence over as fast as possible. Let's make this court case go real fucking fast. While Fox News is airing Hunter Biden's threesome pics with Ted Cruz's dog chilling in the background on the bed. Hey, good, congratulations, Estrella. Good news. The hail might miss me tonight. Still have 2 hours left of the storm warning, but would love to get missed. Yeah, hail's a bitch. Yeah, and Greensburg is cooperating. That is true. I drive since almost 14 years, and now I've had 2 cars, and I've only had 2 cars longer than 3 months, says Viva. Viva, you got up to some shady-ass shit. I knew a dude like that. Every 3 months or so, he'd have a new car. He's retired now. He did well.
How old is he?
He's my age. A little older. Yeah. I think he's maybe 41 or 42 these days.
Gotcha. Well,
yeah. But he retired like a decade ago.
Oh, well, there you go.
To a beach house in California.
As you do.
Yeah, he did fine. Viva also retired. That's why I'm more open. Yep. Yeah, it's... Oh,
please lecture us on the degeneracy of fucking America again. Dare you. I dare you, son.
Estrella, for those not used to hail, imagine a baseball-sized block of pure ice coming from the sky. Shit's deadly. So it is. It will punch a hole in your fucking roof. Part of the states got baseball-sized hail earlier today, said Estrella. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, fuck that.
Or your skull. Yeah.
Same here, to be frank. Like, people are hamming it up, but it's like, there's a lot worse things that can happen to you, you know?
Again, paid his debt to society as we required of him, and he's been advocating for leftist principles and, you know, acting as a propagandist for a bunch of really good causes ever since. So, what more do you want from the man? I mean, you know, do you want your pound of flesh? Mike from PA.
That dude's such a fucking scumfuck, dude.
From what I can tell, he's just nothing but a pure grifter.
I mean, the dude was like unironically trying to tell one of Bo's personal friends to his fucking face in Discord, like, yeah, I wasn't trying to cancel Bo. I meant no like harm or intent with like the videos that I put out. It's just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, what level of like pussy does it take to, you know, I forgive the verbiage, to fucking like, you know, do that? Like, I just wonder what type of like privileged like state of being you have to be to get to that point.
Oh shit, really? I need a video of that. Do we have a video of that? Hold on, I'm going to a video of that.
A video of what?
The volcano on St. Vincent erupted today.
Oh, cool.
That's second time. I mean, so yeah, St. Vincent is Caribbean. For those of you know, Kai has a soft spot for the Caribbean, though St. Vincent isn't one of my islands. Yep, she be smoking. Let's see. All right. Is there? Oh, it's just a fucking MSN one. Hey, you know what? That's. Oh.
Okay, dude. I'm just gonna say, like, if he was a Fed informant, he's already in some shit.
He testified about the autopsy. What impact did you think?
Wait. Why is there
I thought he had exactly the impact that he needed to. And he
is that your link?
Is
that you?
Yeah,
it is.
Already said.
No, okay. It's the other tab entirely. Fucking A. Jesus Christ.
Nice.
MSN's site is shit, by the way. I just want to point that out. And their video player is rubbish too. There we go. Yeah, forces thousands to evacuate. That's just the island.
Yeah, I'm with Vivilavi here. Like, I don't blame Bo at all for lying about what he did. Because of people like fucking Mike from PA.
Who brought that to my? Oh, Barley. Thank you for that.
You don't have any proof that he's an informant, Crisis. What? This is like stupidly irresponsible. It's like saying anybody that got arrested is a cop.
I mean, that thought process is part of the game theory that cops use to turn gangbangers and criminals against themselves.
Yeah, it's like, come the fuck on, dude.
If we just
He's overlooked a lot of violent shit then.
Yeah, like if we just release you into the street, your buddies will think that you're working with us and they'll kill you or torture you or do something to you. And that they then use as leverage to make you work with them. That is bad game theory to actually follow that thought process. It's basically letting the prisoners, it's encouraging or helping the prisoner's dilemma to be weighted towards the authoritarians or the police's side. So you're rigging the game on that one. Yeah, it's not good game theory.
Existential Crisis. When Destiny, not Destiny, I think it was Lucio Fox asked Mike from PA why he isn't more focused on like local politics and local praxis and hasn't advocated for other lefties to do the same thing. He stated, and I quote, that if everyone was just doing local things, I'd have no views, and thus there's not a lot of incentive for me to actually just cover local politics and inform other lefties to do so.
He's a grifter.
Yeah, dude's cashing a check, and he's cashing it in a more ethical way than the rest of us. But like, come on, let's not fucking sit here and fucking assume that he's like some patron saint of socialism. The dude's a fucking asshole, and he's a grifter on top of it.
That sweetheart deal is what they could get stick. Existential. Do you happen to be the stepson of a judge or grow up in legal system? Because I sure as hell do. Do you have feds in your family? I sure as fuck do. That's what they could get to stick. There's no way they were going to get 100+ counts of human trafficking to stick on him. They got 1, 7, and 1, from what I remember from the court documentation. This is what they could get stick because this is probably what they, this is the portion of the investigation that they had somebody planted or they were actually bugging them for. And so this is what they used to take down the organization with. That's just how federal cases often run, quite frankly. But hey. Yeah. Stepdad was a judge. I've got FBI in the family. I've got... This is shit I know about. Like, this is shit I grew up around. This is, you wonder why I'm an anti-authoritarian. It's because of this shit. When you have this stuff in your family and you see it up close and you see how fucked it is, it's difficult not to go the other direction, quite frankly. I was already headed that direction anyway, and it just gave me the extra push I needed. But, yeah. It's what they could get to stick. Uh-huh. Yeah. No, Straya. Only child. No steps, no pure siblings, no, only child.
Pure siblings.
Yeah.
I like the phrasing of that.
Yeah. Across the board.
It's not a dem sock cave dweller. He's definitely a market socialist. Like, come on. I can't with these people today. I can't do it.
Olada? I mean, it easily could be.
Okay, existential. I mean this, like, nicely. It's just like you need to get out and fucking organize, dude. It's a strategy for protesters to get arrested. It's old as fuck. They'll do it on purpose. Like that's been a thing for a while.
I mean, Olada. As far as I suppose, like mounting a defense for myself, generally, agents don't talk about how like they have connections to the FBI and shit like that, right? Like that's generally when you're trying to go undercover as an FBI agent, you generally divorce yourself from the government apparatus as far as your cover goes. So it's probably the world's worst cover story then. If this is my cover story, it's like, oh yeah, no, I've got all sorts of law enforcement surrounding me. Like that's, for anybody who's ever engaged in those arenas, that's usually not the way they go with that. So yeah, exactly, Estrella. Exactly. It's the long con. Oh, Wither, okay, so Wither asked, how is getting arrested a strategy?
Basically, you get arrested, you kind of make yourself an easy target for arrest. If there's enough support for a protest in, like, your area or country, then, like, people will get pissed off that you're getting arrested. Rinse, cycle, repeat, just that sort of thing. It's just, you basically just add more legitimacy to a cause by doing that.
Yep, that's all I was going to tack on to the end of that as well. It's legitimacy. Cave watches most of Vosh's content, likes the guy, definitely believes in anarchism as a long-term project, but he advocates for Demsoc positions in the meantime.
Right, but I mean, it's just like to call him a Demsoc for that, I don't fucking know. It's like that's like is Chomsky a democratic socialist now instead of an anarchist?
Oof.
Like, you know, it's
Existential. That's
that's what I'm thinking. It's just, you know, existential, like, you know,
that Jesus Christ.
just- like if it's just about being racist, then it's like, you know, I don't know what to tell you then anymore.
Yeah, like literally just I don't trust any white man.
It's just like,
We can't help you.
yeah, it's just like, yeah. Then at that point, it's like, you know, you definitely distrust this motherfucker for a much different reason, my boy.
Yeah. Like, it's not logical inconsistencies. It's not rhetorical, you know, inadequacies. It's not deficiencies in theory.
Did.
It's, you know, because he's a white dude. That's it. Like,
Cave Dweller, I'm pretty sure he's Irish.
he's Greek or something, or Irish or something.
And
Either way,
it's definitely not Anglo. That's for damn sure.
that is true, RZ. I'm 100%. Yeah, it only takes about 20 Twitter accounts to push a story or a narrative these days. Yeah. He's milk. This is Gringo. Once upon a time, they weren't, Cave.
Yeah, no, really, they fucking weren't, son.
Yeah.
Neither were Italians, Jewish people, fucking,
Yep.
you know, like...
Black
just-
Irish.
Yeah, point to, like, any of these motherfuckers. Oh yeah, I saw that, her, like, denouncing socialists or whatever, when she was, like, literally just, like, denouncing fucking Trotskyists of all people. Like, get the fuck out of here, son.
This is why you just got to stay off Twitter. I'm sorry. Twitter
Yeah, no,
Twitter is
it's
just
acceptable.
is a hell site.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, well, god damn it.
Oh, lovely. There's a new one. Inform us. I'm just gonna check the location and see.
Nice.
Is it the God? Is it the shit zone one? Oh Jesus! Cave. Cave says I'm an old school racist. Rule of thumb: if you're from the south or east of Vienna, you're not white. And don't think for a second the Irish, Roma, or Jews get to join the club.
I like it. Yeah, once
That
upon a
is some-
time, racism was actually crazier.
That is some very old school. Cave. Deep cut on that one. Oh, so you're
Yeah,
just a
just people of
misandrist.
color.
That's all. You're the opposite of a misogynist. You're a misandrist. All right. At least you own it.
No, I mean, I get, you know, I you know, yeah.
Gringo.
Oh,
Shit, I'm
sorry.
not white then. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and again, as always, by hate I mean absolutely adore and love. By the strictest, like, old school racist definitions, most of the white people today wouldn't be considered white. Some of those old school racist definitions are very, very strict.
They were. Fuck. Please.
Someone was visited by the Highway Patrol working on behalf of Capitol Police because they criticized AOC policy on Israel on Twitter with the shittiest business card as quote proof, said Estrella. Oh, Karina, no. Old school definitions, no. Karina goes Russian, Scottish, Irish. Am I white? No. Like if you go with like old school hardcore racist, no, you aren't. Viva, who cares what the barbarians say? Yep, Gringo isn't either. Yep. All right, so what do we got? I mean, you know, yeah, that's pretty much a CHP fucking business card. They are shitty looking anyway, by the way. So here's what RV is talking about, or Estrella and RV at this point. I'm really shaken up right now. I was just visited by 2 plainclothes police officers from California Highway Patrol at my home. They said that they came here on behalf of Capitol Police and accused me of threatening AOC on Twitter yesterday. This is provably false. Here's the card. I assume the tweet they're talking about where I lightly criticized AOC for a disappointing answer in response to a question about Palestine and Israel.
Gringo Guapo asks, wait, I have some Anglo English. Am I off-white? So yeah, you would be.
Estrella. A fellow woman responding to existential there. What are you gonna do? Abolish men? Come on.
I wonder where people like me fall into this like viewpoint. You know, being non-binary and all that shit.
Well,
we got
you still got the block and tackle, as it were. So, you know,
every time.
That's probably the qualifier, frankly.
Yeah. Nico, I'm gonna be fucking straight with you. Literally everyone in chat here would take a fucking plea deal. Let's not fucking, like, come on. Like,
depends what I'm up against.
Like,
I know some decent attorneys.
Yeah, well, see, you're the exception, not the rule. Fucking, it's like you and fucking Swede could probably, you know.
We might fight. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm just saying, son, like, most of these motherfuckers in chat have kids. Most of these motherfuckers in chat have nice families. Most of these motherfuckers in chat just got people to take care of. Some of them couldn't, like, literally couldn't survive prison. Like, come on. Yeah. Literally, like, the overwhelming majority of people here aren't fucking doing 25 for some, like, socialist protest gone wrong.
Cat's right. Most of y'all fuckers would turn snitch.
Yeah.
And frankly, given like my pain complex that I deal with, I might take like an Aaron Schwartz way, right? Like I'll fight it, but if I'm up against a fucking brick wall, I might just call my own way out.
Yep.
Like, but y'all, like a lot of y'all got a lot to lose.
Yeah.
So it's the truth of the matter.
Yeah, it's like, Nico, don't fucking sit here and tell me you had to do fucking 25 years, you know, for some, like, protest gone wrong, or, like, some fucking RICO charge because you decided to shock up with, like, some local anti-fascists that were a little too violent.
Welcome to reality. Which is something the left needs a heavy dose of.
Dude, I feel like half of these motherfuckers just need to go to their local hood and, like, hang out for a week. Go to a fucking strip club in your local downtown, people. Come on.
Yeah. And I love Cave and Gringo both. Momo, thank you for the host. Cave said, I'd snitch on anyone for any reason and probably make some stuff up, too. And Gringo said, I'd snitch all the way back to the 3rd grade.
Boy.
That's a solid strategy, actually, Cave. Cave said, I would, however, mix enough bullshit in to make my true claims suspicious.
That's actually a good way to go about it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a solid strategy. How you doing, Momo? Yeah, well, exactly.
It's like it's either like most of us are going out with a bang, or we're fucking, you know, we're taking the plea deal.
Hey, devil.
People got families to feed, homeboy. I don't know what to tell you, Nico.
Or whoever else. I forget who else was talking about fucking Bo being a Fed earlier. I've already forgotten, but
that was Nico and Critical.
Okay. FIFA. I'd intentionally bring people down with me.
Estrella, do you know how many fucking, like, drug dealers that I'd snitch on because they're, like, horrible pieces of shit? I know so many woman beaters, fucking, you know, people that go after kids. Like, come on. Like, there are some fucking horrible people involved in these fucking operations and shit, son. I'm definitely snitching on a couple of them, at least.
To Wilhelm, we could have a little snitching as a treat. Neko, then you'd be a slime ball too. Just know that. Know that. And as long as you own that, that's fine. Like if you're characterizing that, turning state's evidence as being a slime ball, but recognize the nuance and the status of the human condition, and that there's a high probability you would do it as well, given the correct set of circumstances, and you own that and be like, yeah, I'd be a fucking slime ball too. I'm fine with that. There's no hypocrisy there. There's no contradiction. But yeah, Estrella, like if you're going to tell me you wouldn't snitch on Epstein because you'd have to talk to the feds, like, come on. It's true.
Yeah, there's some people that like you're not going to feel too bad about snitching on either. Work with assholes and you'll find out real quick that you might actually be a little bit more amicable to the plea deal than you'd think.
Okay, pretty much anytime I go outside, I'm in the hood. I live in a nice neighborhood. I just wear a cloak. It was solid work, Cave. Speaking of hoods, there's some kind of screaming match happening outside my garage right now, said Momo.
That's beautiful.
Cave says it's true, by the way, about the hood, or the cloak.
Great.
Cave actually wears a cloak.
There's some style in that I can respect.
Yeah, it just, Estrella, I don't doubt it, and I love it. And Duffy said, not surprised. It's a lot of these fuckers. Like, this is the thing. A lot of these people are like upper middle class attorneys in the Bay Area and shit like that, right? Right? Like, and they're talking about this sort of stuff. And it's like, how many gangbangers have you known in your life? How many criminal acts, like properly criminal acts, have you engaged in? How much sketch have you gotten up to in your life? Right? You're going to talk about these sorts of topics about, like, snitches get stitches and shit like that, and roll like you're a hardcore gangbanger. But meanwhile, you grew up in the suburbs and played lacrosse. Right? Like, take it down a notch. Put yourself in a sketchy situation or two first, and then come talk to us.
I don't even like sketchy. Showing up to your like local weed dealer in like a not legal state isn't the level of sketch we're talking about.
Yeah. Help the weed dealer do a 50-pound transport halfway across the country, and we can start talking at least.
I don't really like talking to cops no matter what, but wasn't he in there choosing to do that shit and participate? He was there for like a fucking year. He joined up in 2005. The organization got sacked in I think like 2007 or some shit like that. It was like he wasn't there for that fucking long at all. Oh my good god.
Did you get caught, Neko? Did you ever have to talk to a cop about it? And stuff like shit like this, I highly doubt you were involved in the smuggling of human beings to the tune of hundreds of persons. But maybe you were. What do I know?
And that's the other bit. Like, he fucking snitched on human traffickers. Like, not a bad crowd to sell out. Be kind of straight with that.
Yeah, if you look at the assets that were surrendered, they weren't like, it was like, oh look, Mercedes and Beamers and shit like that. Oh no, Viva. Yeah, Viva. Well, not hundreds, but who's really counting? Yeah, in the case of Bo, it really was hundreds. It was fucking ridiculous. Looking at some of the numbers they racked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nice. Gringo. Like the Hispanic people in my neighborhood. I wish all my neighbors were like this. Fucking helpful, nice, and I get free barbacoa and some bomb-ass tamales. Fuck yeah.
Better be doing some favors for them, son.
Hey, Shala. And sourcing. This is a solid strategy.
Yeah, not bad.
I had one close call, but the person who turned in the evidence chose not to turn it in against me, but other people instead, after a conversation was had. So,
Nice.
yeah, that was the closest ever happened for me. Hey, Shaw with the Prime sub. Fucking 3 months. Nice. With a 2-month streak. Thank you, Shala. Thank you kindly. Thank you for using that that freebie Prime sub. Nothing like, spending a little of Daddy Bezos' bucks.
So talking about Gringo, that's why they do it. Let me tell you, son.
Yep. Hey, that's fucking proper communitarianism.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's how it works.
Yeah, you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Yeah. Let them get warm during the winter storm, get a shower in, fucking help them install his heater. You get tamales and barbacoa. Like, this is how it works. Stray has basically adopted their neighbor's kid at this point.
Yep.
Oh my god. So this is the hoodie? I mean the cloak. Hey, I'll put it on stream.
Oh my god.
This is a mood.
Yeah. Yeah.
I respect it. The fact that you're rocking it, I love it.
Dig it. It's only about $40 Canadian.
That's a Sith outfit. All right. Oh, got a couple of messages here. Those are just receipts. Cool. Sorry, I'm a Christian Universalist. I don't do good to accept good in return. Fair enough, Gringo. So just help.
I mean,
wait, what? Oh, fair enough over there. I don't know. It is
a solid response, Cave.
Are you? I mean, Cave. Are you really? I had a whole different mental image for you, quite frankly. Because that's hilarious. Given some of your takes and some of what's called your creative writing exercises, I had a whole different vibe for you.
Same here. Not gonna lie about it, but you know.
Yeah. Like, I didn't see white woman in a suburban neighborhood. For some of the shit you've written, not that. Not like white lady in a suburb. No. You. Yeah. Interesting. That's fascinating. All right. Cool. Apparently Ted Cruz is doing the same shit now. Or at least the cops are in response. Hold on, give me one sec. FBI just came to my house for a tweet to Ted Cruz. Says this person. That's yeah, FBI. There's the sheriffs. Yep, there's the feds. There's another Fed vehicle. Interesting. You know, day of the Fed visits, it seems like. Estrella. Oh, it's apparently satire. Oh, I have a notification over here. All right, clear that. Well, that's no fun. And let me... Oh, wrong one. There we go. Oh, we've got the Canadians hooking up in chat, basically.
Nice.
Maybe Cave and Karina can go do brunch at Niagara Falls.
Oh, that'll be good.
It was his father that was the Zodiac killer, Wilhelm. It was Ted Cruz's father. And I have to assume it was his adopted human father. Because, hang on, let me... I absolutely adore this fucking site. Because Ted Cruz is, 100% not human. TedCruzForHumanPresident.com has been up for ages, and it is a great fucking website. I've been a 100% human candidate. I have been incubated from birth to be your overlord. American prosperity. Hello, I am Ted Cruz for president. I have over 42 years. I wish to shut down the space program and destroy all telescopes abruptly and without explanation. Observing you. I once observed a child traversing on wheeled shoes. I will work tirelessly to find out what this technology is called and demand the Earth children turn its schematics over to me forthwith. They added some of the beach trip tips. Yeah. I must return to my hometown of Texas to slumber for an amount of time you would consider reasonable. Thank you for your Your support and skull sizes have been documented.
Oh, that's good. Angel says, both you and I know firsthand that most people will say they have your back, but when shit goes down, most people back away from a fight. Same thing happens in everyday life, but they'll say they'll advocate on your behalf, but they'll throw you under the bus sometimes. Yeah, no. It's a tale as old as time. And it tends to be those that are like most vocal about actually having your back that are the quickest to throw you down.
Oh wait, I'm gonna go. What? It will stop. Why am I... Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, I won't be there. I have Friday night bad movie night. It's just look at self-promotions with her. Sue is having a native movie night with some actress, Tasha Fuller. I don't fucking know who that is.
Can't say I know who she is.
But yeah, so that's a thing. If you want to go, if you want to go for native movie night, sure it'll be a barrel of laughs. But again, it's between 9 and 10 p.m. Mountain Time. Today is the 16th. No, that's next Friday. Next Friday at between 9 and 10 p.m. on Sue's channel will be Native Movie Night with guest actress Tasha Fuller. Again, Wilhelm, I don't know, Mountain Time is some shit people who live in like the middle of this continent have to go by. I don't know. It's like a weirdo time slot. It's either Eastern or Pacific. Everything else is sort of just, doesn't really exist. Estrella, talking about New Mexico. Fair enough. Oh, wait, what? Can citizens get a warrant to investigate a place? Oh, no, Wither. That's not a thing that we can do. Wither was asking about, like, the same way police can barge in your house illegally. Can citizens do it? No, that is not something, something that is at our disposal. No. Cave said, Mountain Time is the aeons spent slumbering in caverns beneath the hills, resting atop hordes of gold. Change approved. I like it. Yeah, I dig it. Albertans. See, the accent's almost even in the fucking word. Albertans. I saw a picture, Gringo, of somebody's fucking summer place in Texas the other day. And it was just this, it was this sort of like patio deck. And honestly, everybody thought it was in Central America or in the Caribbean or in South America by the looks of it. There's some interesting locations in Texas that the flora and fauna of the region are surprisingly, like, drastically different from what you would expect. Anyone else want to meet Putin again? This is RZ. Oh, I haven't met Putin yet. I don't think that would go that well, but probably. You know, I try and, like, live my life by a couple of rules, and hanging out with dictators is one of those rules. Like, I try not to hang out with dictators. Unlike Steven Seagal. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You guys have a bunch of different biomes, especially down in the Gulf area. And then, you know, as you even get even further south, it's, yeah. So, oh, Estrella. So what else did I have for today? Oh, YouTube pulled the Florida governor's video. It was like a panel video. They said it was spreading COVID-19 misinformation, so they just pulled the governor's panel video that the state of Florida put up on YouTube. Like, no, we're good. The Florida woman who coughed on a cancer patient is getting 30 days in jail.
Sounds about right.
No, I didn't go into it, but it was Nikolai Glushkov. He was one of the Putin's critics. He was strangled in his London home, and it was immediately Russia was like, suicide. Yeah. And Dennis Rodman. Yeah, exactly, Barley. What do we got? Good news re-Amazon.
Amazon's union election in Bessemer, Alabama. Something suspicious happened in the middle.
All right, well, why not? Why not? Oops, wrong fucking key combination. All right, so, all right, first off,
Amazon's union
Twitter's goddamn media player, which I absolutely despise. Breaking, More Perfect Union has obtained new details about Amazon's illegal actions to defeat the union. The violations make it overwhelmingly likely that the NLRB will overturn the results and give the workers a second election. Details in the video below.
In Bessemer, Alabama. For most of the 2-month election, mail ballots trickled in each day to the National Labor Relations Board, a few dozen at a time. But all of a sudden, on February 12, a huge batch of 251 ballots arrived at the NLRB office in Birmingham. The pace of incoming ballots went back to normal. But then, it happened again.
Sorry.
On February 17, according to people with knowledge of the election, another huge cluster of ballots appeared at the NLRB, 350 in total, on one day. Sources say these dumps of ballots were overwhelmingly no votes against the union. What was going on here? The answer appears to be a serious attempt by Amazon to manipulate the results of the union election. So serious, that it appears very likely that the National Labor Relations Board will overturn the results. And in that event, should the Retail Workers Union demand it, the NLRB could call for the election to be rerun. Why did so many no votes, roughly 20% of all votes cast, suddenly appear on two key dates in February? According to the RWDSU, the only plausible explanation for the vote dumps is that they were the ballots collected from the mailbox that Amazon illegally installed in the middle of the night on the campus of the Bessemer warehouse.
On the second night after ballots went out in the mail, we started getting calls from workers that said, like, oh my...
RWDSU is the Retail Wholesale Distributor something union. So, retail union.
God, they put this box up here and they're telling everybody to put their ballots in it, and we're scared. We don't want to put our ballots in there. Like, who has the keys to the box? Does Amazon have them?
More Perfect Union obtained Postal Service documents about the Amazon mailbox. For no apparent reason, much of the text is redacted. But the documents show that Amazon wanted a ballot box installed as quickly as possible. And the documents discuss how to physically manipulate the box to allow for mass ballot collection.
As you can imagine, that can open it up to a lot of coercion, a lot of intimidation on the part of the employer, compelling or forcing employees to come and use the ballot box that they've installed at their location.
This mailbox, which Amazon installed in violation of explicit guidance from the federal government, is key to understanding how Amazon illegally coerced workers and manipulated the results of the election.
We received reports of intimidation and coercion. We've seen communications where they've essentially threatened that there would be a layoff because of the union. And that's what would be considered a hallmark violation of the act.
The union election was set to begin on February 8, but Amazon had been hard at work for weeks prior to that, putting in place a systemic, coordinated effort to engineer the outcome it wanted. Amazon hired a union-busting consulting firm, Labor Information Services, to create classes that workers were forced to attend. Workers were subjected to mandatory anti-union meetings, sometimes 2 to 3 times per week.
So the entire month of January, you went to one every week. Some people went to more than one a week. They'd say stuff to you like, everything's on the table when you negotiate with the union. We could take everything away. You know, you could lose your pay, your benefits.
Some of those who shared with me on breaks is that they're afraid because Amazon told them in the meeting, the union buster said that if you get the union, then your benefits will be taken away. And so some of the younger people are kind of confused and have been told that the union is a bad thing.
When workers asked pro-union questions, managers came back to scan their badges in an apparent effort to document pro-union workers.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Yes, I have a question about collective bargaining. Yeah, hang on, let me scan your badge really quickly. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, there's not any shit fuckery going on there.
I asked like 3 questions to make them tell the truth.
Yeah.
When I got back to work, the PA came to me. I saw her pass everybody, and she came to me and she said, "Let me see your badge." She said, because when they scanned it in the class, yours didn't go through. So she scanned my badge and I watched her. She never scanned anybody else's badge because I was the one that brought out the question that would make them tell the truth about the raises or the union dues and stuff like that.
When the election began, the classes were mandated by law to end, but Amazon transitioned to a new phase of its campaign. It compelled Jefferson County to change the traffic light signals outside the Bessemer warehouse to rob the union of one of its most effective messaging tactics, speaking to workers at red lights as they headed into the office warehouse. Meanwhile, Amazon pummeled workers with anti-union messaging via text messages, Twitch ads, and notes on bathroom stalls and break rooms. Do it without dues, Amazon propaganda explained.
Every time we go to the bathroom in your stall, in the men's bathroom, as soon as you go to the stall, you got an anti-union flyer right there in front of you.
Curio, it's the Amazon warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama.
You got flyers in the break room. You got when you walking in and walking out, you got big banners saying early vote, vote no.
When the election began on February 8th, Amazon deployed a concerted misinformation campaign targeted at its employees.
We've seen Amazon try to confuse people by telling them they needed to vote by March 1st, even though the deadline was March 29th. And the reason for that was to try to get people to cast their ballots right after the captive audience meetings and before they've had an opportunity to engage with the union.
Amazon felt if workers could be forced to vote quickly, they were likely to vote no. And once they voted no, they were not allowed to go back and change their vote. That's where the mailbox strategy came into play. If Amazon wanted workers to vote early, they needed a way to coerce and compel them to submit their ballots.
Not only have I never seen a company install or have a mailbox installed on their property for purposes of mail ballot election, I've never even heard of a company asking for such a thing.
Amazon initially asked the National Labor Relations Board if they could install a ballot drop box in the warehouse. The request was denied.
When the request was denied, went ahead and just disregarded what the board had said to them and installed it themselves. It's the first time I've seen it. And in fact, when I've talked to...
Dude, that's got Amazon and Bezos written all over it. Like, hey, NLRB, can we install a ballot drop box in our facility? No, you can't. All right, we're doing it.
Some of my management side friends on the other side, they're all flabbergasted by what really is pretty audacious on the part of Amazon.
On the second night of the vote, February 9th, the mailbox suddenly appeared, just steps from the entrance to the warehouse.
For workers, it's twofold. It's number one, if I'm a pro-union supporter and I'm putting my ballot in this box, is Amazon going to know that? Are they going to track it? Are they going to steal it? What's going to happen to my ballot once it gets here? And for those that maybe necessarily wouldn't have voted, maybe they were just kind of impartial to the idea, they want to support their co-workers, but they also don't know a lot about the union. But now they've got this manager that's saying, hey, I've noticed you haven't voted yet. You didn't bring your ballot to the box. You should bring it tomorrow. Bring it and put it in the box.
The reason why you wouldn't want to have effectively have a polling place where the employer, at the employer's facility without the supervision of the board, is that the employer's supervisors will go around to these employees and say, you need to bring your ballot in, you need to make sure you vote, and you'll have employees following their supervisor's instructions, bringing in their ballots to work, which they're not supposed to do, and feeling the pressure that they have to cast a ballot for the employer. And that's what the mailbox being installed at an employer's facility and to be used for the purposes of casting ballots creates this pressure on employees.
As the NLRB counted votes, Amazon deployed the last phase of its anti-union strategy. It challenged hundreds of ballots, specific ballots, ballots that were cast after March 1. Amazon was well aware that by March 1, the tide had swung in the union's favor in a major way.
And there should be no intimidation, no coercion, no threats, no anti-union propaganda.
Knowing that many of the post-March 1 votes were likely yes votes for the union, Amazon's lawyers aggressively challenged them. Amazon won by engaging in exactly the kind of coercion and intimidation that President Biden warned of.
Under Section 7 of the National Labor Relations Act, employees are guaranteed the right to decide the question of whether they want to organize or not in an environment free of coercion and intimidation.
We haven't heard the last from the courageous workers who took on Goliath. If the NLRB grants a new election, they'll be back, and it's likely they will have the votes to win.
What's up, Pops? Well, that was exactly what I would expect out of Amazon, to be perfectly honest. That was absolutely ridiculous. It probably won't be those workers, though, because they're going to get fired. Yeah. That was, exactly what I expect out of that. Oh, yeah, it's going to the courts. It's going to go to the NLRB, and we'll see if they overturn the vote. If they overturn the vote, then the cycle starts anew, And, well, I mean, I don't know. I think the damage is probably done there, quite frankly. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll get a ruling in 2062, says Gringo. The NLRB actually was a little faster than that typical sort of stuff, but yeah. Stray said optimistic. That should be enough evidence for the NLRB to potentially consider overturning the entirety of the voting process for that unionization vote. The technically, like, not illegal, but against ruling and against decision installing of the ballot box, the shitfuckery with the lights, the you know, intelligence groups that they contracted with to actively, like, subvert the process. That should be enough to get the NLRB to overturn it. But again, the NLRB is infamously stacked. So there could be issue there. Yeah, well, Mitre, welcome to America. It is the way it is. We have a whole bunch of legislation we need to overturn. Let's see. Interesting. How is that? Oh, all right. 14.
Jessamine Smythe says her happy place.
Fuck you. 14 colleges have said vaccinations are going to be required, despite what governors or states may say. Rutgers, Cornell, Brown, Notre Dame, Northeastern, Syracuse, Ithaca, Fort Lewis, St. Edwards, Nova Southeastern, NSU is going to go up against DeSantis on this one, so that should be interesting. But, yeah, it looks like the colleges would go the other way on that one. Here in France, Amazon had pretty much the same way to deal with their employees. When we first had the first confinement, and they didn't want the employees to stop working, but didn't manage to make the workplace safe. They threatened those who complained, almost insulted the unions. Amazon doesn't give a shit about workers' rights. No, of course not. I mean, that's how you make $1 billion. You know, remember, labor creates all wealth, right? You have to exploit it. Amazon is an exploitative company, just like most companies, to be quite honest. Australia, I work on gigs and on some productions. There's been union votes on whether or not to make the production change to non-union or state union. Good luck on that one. Lucy, you have to understand also, Mitre is Australian, not American. So, like, when Lucy references right to work state sort of stuff, Mitre doesn't have that to put up with. So, yeah, it's a whole other environment where Mitre exists. Fair enough, Alada. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm too terribly surprised that the vote failed, given the, I mean, Amazon spent millions of dollars in order to defeat one warehouse's unionization vote. Do you understand, like, exactly what that says about the situation? Oh, how's your rhythm game going, Kat?
Fucking, it's weird as fuck. I don't know, dude. I'm trying one out as we speak, and I'm speechless.
Wither, join me, brothers, as we travel to the Amazon and find the CEO of the jungles and make a workers' co-op of the animal kingdom.
Oh no. It's always return to monkey.
I was thinking of the first thing that popped into my head was the Rush song about the oaks and the trees. But that's just me. How you doing, Sue?
Hey, what up, y'all? I can't stay for too long. I have a previous engagement, as we know. It's Friday night. But in case all of you haven't checked out lately a whole bunch of the different promo areas or self-promotion areas in the different Discords you're in, next week I am having Tasha Fuller, an Indigenous Canadian actress who starred in many different movies, and as well as Degrassi Junior High TV program is going to be on for Friday night's Indigenous movie night as a guest next week. So y'all pop by. You know how it goes, man. It's, you know, between 9 and 10 p.m. Mountain Time will be starting. So, you know, there'll be the old, you know, usual, you know, where your blood comes from, blah, blah, blah.
Unfortunately, Mountain Time doesn't tell anybody anything because we officially redefined Mountain Time. It's now the aeons spent slumbering in the caverns beneath the hills, resting atop hordes of gold. So, yeah, nobody quite knows what Mountain Time means anymore due to just a little tweaking of the definition we did.
Okay.
Oh Jesus. Queen, I told them when you put it in the promo section. I hope Queen Bezus is in the middle of a screaming rant when FBI busts in with body cams. Good luck with that, Karina. Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, hey, Sassy. Oh, back fucking like short, sort of scapular muscle group is a little irritated from the planks I did today.
You just went straight to planks?
Oh, planks. I've been doing fucking like, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, since I started again, like, yeah, I'm doing planks, but I mean, planks were a part of my routine anyway from way back.
Fair enough. Yeah.
60 seconds at a
Makes
time. Fucking, you know, down
That's
up.
my boy.
Do your sets. Also, I do. Where's your tennis ball? He knows what's up. It's in the other room actually. And I actually have the two tennis balls that are taped together. So you can get your spine in the middle and everything. It's almost like I've been. I know a physical therapist or two. I also do crunches, but I do them so you get the obliques too. So one's like count of one is right elbow up to the left knee, center, left elbow up to the right knee. That's one. And so I do sets of those as well. That's sort of between that and planks. That's basically how I ended up with that those abs that you've seen. That's
fair enough.
Yeah, it's it'll put in the fucking work if you do it. These days I'm mostly with the wrist. Like I'm just like, if the wrist goes on me, then I don't know how I'm gonna bulk my arms. Like that's gonna be a thing. And quite frankly, I can do my legs. That's no big deal. I've had quads that were quite large actually in my life. But you know, I can bulk my lower half pretty easily. And I know how to, you know, I can handle my core. But my upper arms, I've never really concentrated on. I never put a whole lot of work into them outside of actual just climbing. And so, yeah, I'm like, how the fuck am I going to bulk those up if I have like the wrist injury to deal with? So that's a pain in the ass right now. Goddamn wrist, goddamn joints, just joints in their entirety.
Yep.
Just, oh no, we're intelligently designed. Yeah, well, I have a question about the intelligence of this designer then. Some shitty design work.
I have to be honest with you, Kai. I'm a little nervous for next week.
Don't be. It's no big deal. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. I know, right? A lot of well, my wrist is an injury from there we go. Stretch those triceps. The wrist is an injury from years. Yeah. But yeah, no, so don't like, it's literally just the same. It's the same thing. Like, you just have some random other person joining you. She gonna be there the whole time?
I think she's going to be, well, we're going to do a little bit of like somewhat of an interview. And then we're going to watch one of her movies, her pick. It was her pick. Then probably talk about the movie and different things about it and so forth like that. And then like, questions for, people that have questions if they want to ask her. I did tell her that if she has at any time feels that a question is uncomfortable with a question, just to let me know and the question will be gone.
Do you want advice from somebody who's actually done that sort of thing once or twice?
Okay, what's up?
Preparation is the cure to anxiety. It is every time. Watch the movie ahead of time. Read about her a little bit. Have like 5 or 15 or 20 questions of your own that you want to ask that can, move a conversation in a particular direction, and you'll be good. You'll be golden.
And well, I'm currently actually texting with her lately.
Yeah, just do some prep work. That's the more prepared you are, the less anxious you feel about something. So yeah, like screen the movie ahead of time for yourself. Come up with some like interesting questions about how like maybe it relates to X, Y, or Z, indigenous something or other. And, read a little bit about her, do her like biographical, like back work and read about her. And like, maybe you can cross relate some of the questions, given that you experienced this growing up or you grew up here and in this movie, that sort of thing. But yeah, read about her, watch the movie, write, like I said, maybe 15 questions or something like that. So you have them. And then you can like work with chat intermingling those, right? And so you can sort of move it along. And, you ask a question, apropos of maybe her background or something like that related to, and then, you screen the movie. And, I have questions about, what was it like to, film this or act in this scene? How did this relate to, you growing up here? And the whole time, chat is engaged and will be putting filler questions in for you.
Yeah, and at the same time, I want to try and keep it like not so stuffy of an interview, more like it's just like res talk or like you're talking with your relatives, you know what I mean, that you haven't seen for a while, blah blah blah, kind of stuff. More of a relaxing environment.
Rev, I don't know if your dog did invent planking, but I'm okay with that contention. Yeah. Honestly, I gotta say, today's stream has shocked me.
Why is that?
Because it hasn't been full of psychopaths.
It's a Friday.
They only come in waves.
Well, it waves my ass. Monday to Thursday it was just a thing. Yeah, it's been low numbers. Like last night, it climbed up pretty far there. But like we've had crazy. Of course, I did drive off the anti-Civer, right out of the gate. Like told him straight up, like one held a vote on kicking him out. And then when that didn't pass, told him like I wasn't going to fucking put up with his shit today. Your genocidal nut jobbery. So, got rid of that one right out of the gate.
And I have to be honest though. I part of that nervousness is that it's a mix between two things. It's like one part is that she is really beautiful. The other part is like she's a Ojibwe, so there's a different way to like we talk with each other. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a way that that you can that you talk with different tribes and different people. If that makes sense.
I mean, she's Lucy, we don't talk about it on stream. You just have to be there. You have to either be there the week prior to know, or you have to be there the night of. Yeah, I mean, I get it. But on a certain level, I don't get it. Beauty has never been that thing that shakes me. But I mean, she's people, dude. At the end of the day, she's people. It doesn't matter what tribe she's from. It doesn't matter what her ethnic heritage is. She's a human being just like you and me. And so talk to her like she's people and you'll be fine.
Yeah, it's the initial part. Like, I know I'll do okay when I'm in it, but
anticipation is,
and Cassidy's right. Beauty can make some men nervous, and
yeah, I don't get that. But I mean, I'm lucky to not have that. Like, that's just one of those things that I just doesn't, you know. Okay, you're pretty. Congratulations. Anyway, moving on to the next thing. Yeah, she's even if she's beautiful, even if she's from another tribe, she's people just like you and me. Just have a conversation with her.
Yeah, no, it's just like, how do I put it? Like my Sioux women, I can talk to them easy without a problem. It's just like, yeah, okay. Cree women, you have to flirt with them, and if you can get them laughing and laughing at your flirting and like, you know, flirting back with you and hold toe to toe with them, it's like you know what I mean? Everything else afterwards is cool and good. Like, each tribe's women have a different way about them.
And people wonder why I'm thankful I'm a gay male.
Yeah, well, it's a totally different thing talking to a bunch of guys, or
it's so much easier. It's so much easier. Everything I do in that arena is just easier. it's so much less work. And hey there, Elliot. Let's see, Rev. Oh, all right. Well, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, Rev.
Yeah, Wither King, it's a cultural difference.
Wait, what was fucking Angie? Oh, Angie was saying the moon is in Pisces today, so there's a general calmer, more empathetic energy. Wait, if someone's pretty, you don't have to buy them a drink. I did it all wrong. Swalata. Yeah.
I think it's just
trying to think if I ever bought anybody a drink ever. I paid for meals, so like I've gone on dates there. Where I was like, you know what, I'm the one who you're still like college student or something like that. Like, don't even worry about it. I'll pay. You know, that's always contextual though. The last date I went on was with a former Wall Street broker who turned art dealer. And you better believe that motherfucker paid for everything.
You got lucky.
Like, motherfucker. Like, you know, yeah.
Kat, are you having issues again?
Fucking, I have no clue why the fucking street's so goddamn busy today. I couldn't tell you.
I feel you.
Karina, I mean, interestingly enough, I have not received that many drinks in my life, just because I didn't hang out in the bars, right? Like that wasn't my scene. So I've never really had too many opportunities to have a drink sent to me. So yeah, I actually haven't received as many drinks as you might think I would have. But, you know, I've had enough meals provided. I've had movies paid for. I've had, you know, weekends taken care of, stuff like that. Yeah. But
you're lucky, Kai. I have not had that. I've always been the one paying.
You're a big, burly, straight dude. That's just how it works for you.
Well,
you got the shit end of that stick.
Straight, but most of my life has been straight. Yes.
Kinsey too, incidental. Yeah. Yeah, that's just how it rolls for you guys. It's a shit end of the stick.
Yeah.
Mitre said, a woman has never bought me a drink in order to hit on me. Have you ever received flowers?
No.
Yeah. That's another thing that's really interesting.
I do remember one ex that bought me a sweater for Christmas. And I had already had a conversation with her because I didn't have any money to buy her a Christmas present. So it was like, yeah, don't buy me anything because I don't have money to buy you anything. So this Christmas, we're just going to, you know, spend time together. And that's our Christmas present. You know, spending quality time together. So it kind of, then when she bought me the sweater, I was just like, why the fuck did you do that? And well, you know, didn't last very long in the relationship, but nonetheless, that's about the only thing other than from my mom and shit.
Mitre's received flowers from his missus. And Barley said it's usually a drink in the face for me. I mean, I'll let that one go. It's not worth my time. Yeah, no, it's just easier being a gay dude. Just is. We have our issues, you know. It's not fucking like all unicorns and rainbows on this side of the fence. But as far as especially initiation, that's a lot easier. That's a lot fucking easier. Like for straight couples, I find that, you know, the breaking of the ice sort of situation is super rough. Getting to know each other. Gay dudes were just like, yeah. Usually we get to know each other over hooking up. That's usually how that works for us.
Can anyone please help Revworth out so that next time that they're in a relationship with someone and Valentine's Day come around, they don't buy them a mop?
Hey, Story.
Oh my God, bro.
That's kind of epic, Rev.
Hey, Story girl.
To be perfectly honest, that is kind of epic. You want to talk about relationships not lasting? I bought my last girlfriend a mop for Valentine's Day. Dude, that's up there with like vacuum cleaner and shit. Like that's kind of epic.
Goddamn, son.
Last goddamn time I spent $30 on a mop, says Rev. That's... If you actually did that, Rev, if that's not a joke, that is, I mean, one, super dickish, but two, absolutely epic. Like, did she need a mop? Did she ask for a mop? Or you just like, here's a fucking mop. How did you arrive at the idea to give her a mop? Were you looking to get rid of her? Yeah, exactly, Cassie. Like, you got a vacuum for your birthday, but you asked for it, right? Like, that makes sense to me. But yeah, like, were you looking to ditch this relationship? You're like, you know what's a good idea? I'm pretty sure I can get her to break up with me if I just give her a mop for Valentine's Day. If so, I mean, that's like some 4D chess shit. Oh, she really wanted that kind, and it was red, but I thought it was a lot funnier than she did. I didn't consider the obvious chauvinistic overtones at the time. I have a weird sense of humor. I still like it. Cassidy, oh, and the vacuum cleaner was several $100s, and you got a steam mop with it. So, yeah, you made out like a bandit on that deal. Yeah, Rev. You done fucked that one up, I guess. That would have been brilliant, though, if that was some 40 chess on your part. You're like, yeah, I'm done with this relationship, and breaking up with people is so messy. If I could just get her to break up with me. You know what? I'll give her a mop for Valentine's Day. I'm sure that'll get the job done. That would have been great. Jesus Christ, me, Trey. Oh,
that's perfect.
Fucking me, Trey.
I could believe it too.
Rev, I like to think that it was subconsciously. Fair enough. Jesus Christ. Fucking hey, me, Trey. Now I have to ask me, Trey, is that true or not? Now I need to know. Oh, you also got a KitchenAid for Christmas one year. Yeah. I've got a KitchenAid as well. Got to have a decent mixer, right, Cassidy? Especially if you're doing that farm shit. Got to have a good stand mixer. Sourcing, I want to believe, don't tell us. Well, I mean, it's Wilhelm got a rice cooker. Yeah, no, it is actually like, I mean, it's within the realm of what I would expect out of them. So we'll see. Like, if you don't want to spoil it for chat, Mitra, you can DM me the answer, but I do want to know if that's a true story or not.
Well, say though, this is the people need to know situation type of thing. So, you know, keep that in mind.
Oh, damn it. God damn it.
What happened?
It's not true. Mitre said to Karina, spousal abuse is her kink.
Oh, God. Nephew, don't go down that hill. Okay, don't die on that hill, nephew.
It's just a little bit of BDSM, no big deal. I've been dreading plugging in and seeing if it still works. Oh, that's right. Yes, because it was stored right with all my cookbooks where the tree came through our house in Hurricane Laura. That's right, Cassidy. Oh, fucking, you lost a bunch of shit. You lost a bunch of shit because of that hurricane. That's a shame.
No, Karina, I get it. BDSM is not abuse. We get that, but you know.
Oh Jesus! Well, that's the most depressing thing I've seen today. Yeah, we won't share that one. Don't worry about it, chat. I didn't say anything. You fucking. Interesting. We issued guidelines to deepen relations with Taiwan now. Huh. We're gonna do it. Prince Philip. Insurance will pay for a new one. And a new electronic moving bed. That's good, at least, Cassie. That's good. Let's see. You know what? We may actually. Wait, what just got posted?
You all. I'd love to stay and chat longer, but I have to prepare for, my normal Friday event.
All right. Have fun.
Just thought I'd want to come by, like I said that I would tell everybody what the event and what was happening and who was coming for next week's Friday night movie night. So if you all aren't busy, please feel free to pop by. I'm sure it'll be, a very interesting stream.
All right, man. Good luck. Take care. Do a little preparation. And, fucking deep breaths before you actually do the event. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I know. It's just... All right. We'll see y'all later. Love y'all.
Later, so. Bill Crash, any debate ongoing or can I start one? Not really a debate bro channel. We do have conversations though. But I mean, feel free. Bill Crash.
That's the topic out there. We'll
given
adjust.
that your account was created 1 hour ago, I look forward to whatever the fuck you end up throwing out.
Yeah, just let's see what happens. Kai did it again. Fucking stupid high on this pen again.
Oh, did you overdo it with your pen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the edge, but it's like, I know I'm probably going to get higher, so, you know, I'm just assuming.
Well, and, you know, that's, I'm looking at the time now. Like, I think they're fine. Raisins are fine. They're dried grapes, and grapes are fine. Like, I don't understand people's problems with raisins.
See, what? This is, I'm with you, Kai. I'm glad that we think alike on this.
Like, what's the issue? Grapes are cool. Fucking dried grapes are cool. I don't understand people's issue with raisins. Now, just don't go putting it in like coleslaw or something like that.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Yeah. Let's see. Chocolate covered raisins, fine. Yogurt covered raisins, fine. Yeah. Well, that's an interesting analogy you've drawn there, Lucy. Cum is cool, but I don't like dried cum.
Goddamn, son.
Cassidy, carrot raisin salad gives me nightmares. Yeah, just when you start throwing it in shit like salads and stuff, dial it back. Raisins have a place mostly in cookies and shit. Or just as a snack food.
This is what I'm fucking talking about, son.
Yeah.
Oatmeal cookies and shit, you can't have them without raisins. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
Yeah. I'm fine with them. Let's see. Oh, there's that back and forth. Angie, one day I'll do, talking to RV, one day I'll do an experiment for you or Kai. You can DM me the birthday info of your mother, father, and I can tell you how they were as a parent. Yeah, go ahead and do that for RV.
I'll fucking partake in that too.
But yeah. I can tell you how they are without any astrological intervention. I don't need a third party telling me how they performed. I have the first-hand account. Hey, Victor. Anarchism doesn't mean no rules. It means no rulers. It doesn't mean chaos. In fact, anarchy often means organization. So, no. Setting societal expectations and guidelines is completely coherent and within line of anarchistic organizing principles. And always has been. This isn't some weird new development. Oh, and a long list of rules is 3 rules for you, by the way. Just to really contextualize that comment about how you got a long list of rules. The long list of rules was 3, 2 of which overlap, and a channel praxis statement. So, I mean, holy hyperbole, Batman. What, 3 is a long list for you. Interesting. But welcome, either way. We all make mistakes. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to educate. Oh, interesting. Karina and Wada have had this back and forth about BDSM and abuse going for a little bit now. Of course, then neither of you are mentioning like consensual non-consent, which is a very interesting area to end up in and talk about. Oh God, I've got one of those story in 2 images
Nice.
For
which one? What is it?
Tanky Jerk. It was rule number 2. Let's see, where was this? All right. Rule number 2, no infighting. We're here to fight fascism, not each other. The only exceptions are fascists and anything adjacent to fascism. Go wild on them and report. This only means we expect you to keep discussion somewhat civil. Don't go overboard with insults when you're debating. The second one, get the fuck out, Voshites and liberals. The drill. Your regularly scheduled fuck off post at people who think this sub is anything but condemning of their garbage. This is an explicitly left-wing sub. Vosh as the content his supporters are banned. That is all. And it's a mod post.
Every time, son.
Love it. Love it.
Side note, I'm really fucking glad that dude got unbanned on Twitch because it was a pain in the dick trying to like navigate around his name whenever drama came up that he was involved in.
Who?
Vosh.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Hypocrisy in one flying swoop. Just being forced to eat raisins while unclothed count as BDSM. Domination. Forced. Yes, it does. It actually does count as BDSM. Yes, Story Girl. Victor, do you want to come on air and discuss this? But here's my answer to you. How do I otherwise structure the Twitch software? How can I turn over like banning to the community? Oh, wait, I actually have a channel point redemption for community members to redeem to engage in communitary timeouts of people. Oh, wait, we actually conduct votes requiring majority votes to kick people off when they're not just directly in terms of service violations, which we can't do anything about. Oh, it's almost like I went to some extent. But as far as me being the de facto government of this channel, I am the streamer account for this channel. Do you have some sort of hack or software modification for Twitch that would otherwise relinquish those features? Because I'll engage in them. I will use them. But utilizing this as a propagandist platform, as a platform for propaganda and education as an anarchist, I am, like most people, forced into a situation in which there are consolations that one must make, much akin to those that operate under capitalism, though they don't necessarily wish to operate under capitalism. No, you're not. You're not trying to understand the practical application of anarchism. If you were doing that, you would have asked about that at the outset, not come in with some half-assed, misunderstood definitions of anarchism and then directly attack me. That's not what you're attempting to do at all. But it's a good pivot. Maybe wear an ankle brace so you don't sprain your ankle next time you pivot that sharply. But practical applications of anarchism include organizing, communitarian organizing, mutual aid networks, making organizing groups where there aren't any de facto leaderships involved, and that are able to support and lift up your fellow community members or social group. Classic examples are things like mutual aid networks in apartment complexes, setting up impromptu or ad hoc food banks, libraries, health clinics, utilizing the skills and utilizing skills exchanges. These are all practical applications of anarchism in a day-to-day life, which is something you could have asked outright.
That other dude that asked a while back wants to know what's your go-to country for socialism working.
I mean, I don't have one because I'm not a socialist. I mean, your closest you're gonna get is, I don't know what, maybe Cuba is gonna be your like go-to on that sort of thing, but even then, it's sketchy as shit. Ask about anarchism. I'll have an answer for that. As far as socialism goes, I mean, socialism worked pretty well under Lenin, right? If you accept what it is, and you accept the fact that at its core, socialism is state-run capitalism and a transitory state of being for a nation state.
Ladies and gentlemen,
then there
Alex
you go.
Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, well, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Hey, Momo. Whiskey. Yeah, bad movie night. It's you know, the star of tonight's movie is an actual fucking star and is classic for putting up real bangers of bad movies. And given that the entire premise of this movie is nothing more than a ripoff from another IP, it should be an interesting one for sure. Rev. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, Lenin is most assuredly authoritarian socialism. But given that socialism relies upon the state to enact its methodology, it's arguable that all socialism is authoritarianism. You could take that position pretty easily and argue it. Bill Crash, Trumbleplex outside Detroit, Michigan has residential quarters, residential complexes. They have a library, they have an art space, they have like a theater, and they are anarchistically organized and operated, right? And they successfully interface in a hyper-capitalist neoliberal society. Anarchism works best on the microcosmic scale until you have a macrocosmic demographic that is educated in the matter. So that's what I advocate for. Yes, me try. Mm-hmm. It can be. Or it could be a macro. It depends whose channel. There's no unitary or universal definition set for that. It would have to be essentialist, not universalist. Rev, how does one get libertarian socialism? Generally, libertarian socialism is a reference to anarchism. Rev. Historically and internationally, that's usually what that term references. When you see on a political compass test or like an 8 values test, you see libertarian come up, it's the old school libertarian. It's the classical political science definition of libertarianism, not the neo-libertarianism or American libertarianism. And the fact that you're referencing libertarian socialism on those tests generally is references like anarchism light. So what you're looking at is mutualism with anarchist aesthetics or tendencies.
Well, I mean, there's still stuff like libertarian Marxism and shit. Like it's
which has like 3 people that may or may not believe in it right now.
Well, I mean, like council communism, all that like shit. That I think they're fairly substantial. It's just
Well, a lot of that's literally up to the individual. That's what individual autonomy within anarchism is about, right? How do you decide if a structure is just? Decide. What is your rubric? Most people use a combination of some level of morality, some level of ethics, some level of logical justification to come to some sort of composite conclusion for themselves. Raisins are my rubrics, says Story Girl. Fair enough. No, Mitra. Lucy, if it makes my dick hard, I vote yes.
I can respect that.
Hey, Angie. Let's see. Well, I have Angie. I have that one.
Fuck the Chinese government. There.
Angie said you'd save yourself so much aggravation from shit starters by putting up a digital banner that says Biden sucks, CCP sucks, neoliberals suck, tankies and Ann Prim suck, etc., etc. I think you're misunderstood by the outside. More people would come in less hot if they knew you shared commonalities. Maybe, maybe not, Angie. But I feel you. Bill Crash, Zomia has about 100 million people at present and use free associated anarchistically organized societies, though it technically would be anarchy, not anarchism, due to the fact that it sort of is a indigenous version of anarchism, which generally referred to as anarchy. If you don't have the theorists involved, it's referred to as anarchy. Zomia has 100 million people in it. And they use a loosely associated, freely associated group of reciprocal relationships between communitarianly organized societies across a huge geographic swath. Yeah, it does scale successfully. Cybernetic theorists and information technology theorists have tackled the scope and scale issue pretty effectively in these instances. The biggest issue isn't the scope and scale issue. The biggest issue is the authoritarian influx issue. The largest problem for any society, anarchistic or otherwise, is when you have a heavily armed militaristic authoritarian entity who wishes to be involved in your processes. It doesn't really matter if you're dealing with anarchism or whether you're dealing with communism or whether you're dealing with even capitalism. When you have somebody like the United States or the Red Army or, NATO knocking on your door, then that is just what happens. Yeah, it did. Shala, yeah. See, that's the thing. French, uses the classical definition in the classical linguistic set, for sure. Go ahead, Skeptic. What did Wither say? Yeah, Rojava and Zomia are both examples of diversity in development and population. Vaguely, yeah, the Zapatistas utilize some anarchistic organizing principles, so they are mentioned within, anarchistic spaces. There's also some definite difference in the Venn diagram, Rev. No, Story, I'm going to maintain authoritarians suck. I don't care. Tankies suck, authoritarians suck. So I'm on the other side of that. CCP sucks. No. Sorry, I will draw that line. I will happily draw that line. It's okay, Rev. I get you. I mean, Skeptic, authoritarian tendencies die hard in an individual. And you can look at somebody like even Bookchin, for examples of that. Started off as a Marxist-Leninist, made the transition to anarchism, but in those final years ended up espousing things that were most assuredly authoritarian once again. It's a difficult, habit to break. Foucault, to his credit, but also had a bunch of other not great takes. So, not the world's best example, but not the world's worst example. But yeah. Hey, Bill Crash. It doesn't. In fact, it does the exact opposite of that. Anarchy isn't chaos. The anarchistic Republic of Kospaya lasted for 375 years and outproduced the Papal States as far as resource production goes, to the point and extent where the Papal States, in coordination with another prince in the region, ended up blockading them and attempting to starve them out, and successfully to that regard. Because they were such a threat, both internally to the politics of the authoritarians in the region, and also to their, to capitalism, quite frankly. I can get you that name, Squee. Hang on. It's a Work Pro Quantum 9000 with headrest. So Work Pro 9000 Work Pro Quantum 9000 Squee is the answer to that. They last for years too, by the way. I've had it for quite some time. It's not an inexpensive chair, but if you're looking for a comfortable chair and one that will last years, it's a good chair to go with. That is true. Anarchists do not necessarily equal pacifists. There are pacifist anarchists, but anarchism does not necessarily equal pacifism by any means. Go speak to any of the South American anarchists, Central American anarchists, the Italian, Spanish anarchists. There is a long history of propaganda of the deed, or propaganda by the deed. That is a very real thing. Yeah, Cave, how nonviolence protects the state. That is true. Yeah. Hey, Victor, why don't you get on the air? Actually have a conversation. Let's go, Machno. Let's go. Eurolive? Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Basically, there's this crazy ass fucking book. That is the, it's by Erica Lagalice. Either way. It's called Occult Features of Anarchism, with attention to the conspiracy of kings and the conspiracy of the peoples. It is this batshit insane book, supposedly on anarchism, but also Marxism and socialism and communism. And there is a forward quote by David Graeber. So basically, the summation of this book can be done as such. This book makes the claim that anarchism, communism, socialism are all, yes you do, Skeptic, are all creations of the Illuminati and furthered by the Freemasonry upon the planet, and is one grand vast conspiracy. to undermine basically capitalism and the nation state. Oh yeah, Rev, it's a batshit insane book. Now, one of the forewords, one of the quotes for the book is written by David Graeber. And the quote in this book, in which the author makes claims that all of Marxism, socialism, communism, and anarchism is an Illuminati conspiracy. The quote by David Graeber is, quote, "This is surely the most creative and exciting and possibly the most important work to come out on either anarchism or occultism in many a year. It should give rise to a whole new field of intellectual study." What, David?
Oh, well, like it definitely is.
Well, then, Liv, if David is lending his name to be on the back or inside the cover of a book and is praising and lauding the book and saying it should be, the foundation for an entirely new field of study, and he didn't even cursory glance at the book, that is not a level of intellectual veracity in an individual that I can support. And it calls everything else of that individual into question instantaneously. That's how I arrived at that position for David. Oh, Elliot, yeah, exactly.
Fire skeptic.
The book sounds canonical. And no one has... Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm literally looking through the chat log here. Just, Victor, Jesus Christ. Like, either grow a pair or knock it the fuck off. Like, I don't know how else to put this. Like, what? Like, I've already been called insults here, and I was already told I'm going to get kicked out. No, you weren't. I checked Mitre's log. I checked the chat log. No one has even implied that you were going to get kicked out. I'm scared. I've been successfully intimidated by authority. Stop playing victim, please. It's just a pathetic look on an individual. If you want to have this conversation, if you want to actually engage in the dialectical exercise, if you want to use rhetorical device, by all means, use rhetorical device. You're the one who came in hot. You're the one who already mischaracterized 3 simple rules, asking people not to be fucking dicks, basically. As a long list of rules, and how is this anarchy? And then you immediately went into the argument of fucking against me and how I'm an authoritarian and all of this other shit. You have mischaracterized and utilized bad faith argumentation from the moment you walked in this fucking room. So it's time to actually put up or shut up. Right? Engage in the dialectic, engage in a conversation, utilize proper rhetorical devices, and start having the conversation. Stop sitting there and playing fucking victim. Oh, the authority has victimized me. It has successfully suppressed my voice. And yet you haven't been timed out. You haven't been fucking, you haven't been intimidated. Like, own it. I know. Squee fucking puts up. Like, Squee fucking... Yeah, Squee, exactly. Remember when I first joined? Fucking Squee handles his shit. I mean, we may have had problems with Squee, but Squee fucking was like, yeah, no, let's do this. Squee swings it. Again, Bilk Rash, 375 years, longer than the United States, an anarchist society existed, right? Like, that's the thing. It exists. Zomi is 100 million people. Rojava is fighting wars on two fronts. The Makhnoists, you know, went toe-to-toe with the fucking Red Army twice. Took them, you know, multiple attempts to actually collapse. 50% of the agricultural industry during the Spanish Civil War is being produced by anarchistic communes. Anarchism can outproduce, outlast, and it just, you know, it's highly productive. Look at fucking oh God, forgive me, Kaiser. Is it Shinmin? I'm like, it's escaping me just on the fly. I'm okay, yes, the Shinmin Autonomous Zone in Korea that sprang up due to the creation of anarchist labor unions during the Korean conflict or police action. You know, yeah, Puerto Real to this day is basically run by anarcho-syndicalists that dictate the policy there. The Paris Commune had to be put down with literally blood running in the streets. You've got the Hungarian Revolution. You got Freetown Christiana in the Netherlands, which still exists to this day. It's been going for 50 years now or so, and it exists within a capitalistic model, and it still survives. So I can provide you with macrocosmic, microcosmic, short-lived, temporary autonomous zones and long-running autonomous zones, you know, that exist longer, or, you know, that I don't know. Can't help you. But none of them had nukes. Fair enough, Wilhelm. Solid, Wilhelm. It is idealistic. That is correct. Maitreya, as far as discussing the philosophical underpinnings, if we were talking technical definitional set, anarchism is idealistic. It is. That is 100%. Yes. Wither. Sorry, excuse me. As far as I understand, a lot of Freetown Christiana is a permanent settlement at this point. They try and disrupt it on a fairly regular basis, and they resist the disruption on a fairly regular basis. Yeah. Bilk, you seem like, so that South Seas Trading Company bubble was fun. Bilk, I'll issue you a temporary invite to Discord, if you want to get on the air and actually discuss it due to your, slower typing rate and your wish to actually discuss it. Oh, that's an interesting one, Sirius. All right, give me one sec, Belk. You seem to be operating in good faith as opposed to the other person who came in at a similar time. Check your whispers, Bilk. Should be in there. Oh, Skeptic. I mean, White Way. There's a bunch I didn't mention, actually, frankly. But yeah, White Way's in there as well. They had to be forcefully put down. You know, I didn't mention the free territory. Oh, well, I suppose I did. I mean, in reference to the Red Army, it would be the free territory. But yeah, White Way's in there as well. Bilk, you need to go over to voice chat, and then I'll move you to on air. That's how you get on. Well, see how this goes. Give me a count to 5, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Just for context, what part of the world are you from?
Sweden.
Okay. You just have to know, you know, it's the society you grow up in or the country you live in does create a lot of situational awareness problems for some people. You know, you have to know if you're talking to an American or somebody from Britain. Or
yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna say it right now from the start, since I'm not English speaking mother tongue, so
it's okay.
Yeah. As well, I'm kind of a bit nervous actually. I think I'm stealing a lot of time.
It's quite okay. Fucking, we're just sort of winding down the day until we do bad movie night on the Discord server.
Yeah, okay.
And so yeah, yeah, you're fine. Victor, if you're still here, you can go fuck yourself. Sorry, I don't like people who argue in bad faith. So, I mean, any particular place you want to start? Any particular questions that you had in your mind?
Yeah, like I think this is really interesting, and I'm, as I said before, I'm not that educated on anarchism, so I might be. You guys already have answers that I don't know of, but like I can't see really the practical it being. How you apply it in the real world. I mean, if you're, let's say you're voting for a few rules, and then someone's got to enforce it, that makes it the authority.
Well, see, the first hurdle you have to clear is that, okay, so anarchism is about collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and the philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms and the dismantling and replacement thereof, right? Also, the second tag on it. Oh, also, I have a tendency to go fast. So if you need me to slow down and repeat things, just tell me to.
I'm trying my best here.
All right, so it's about the philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms. And also the second part of that is sort of a bastardized Emma Goldman quote about how there is no singular utopian anarchism. It's not a monolithic philosophy. It's a network of ideas. And in her words, we much prefer it that way. So the classic example is that a parent grabbing a child's arm and yanking them back before they step out into the street in front of a vehicle is a just, hierarchical, and authoritative move, right?
Okay.
Okay, so that's the first hurdle you need to clear mentally for discussing these, is that it's not all authority, it's not all hierarchies. It's about that philosophical challenging. Anarchism is, in its primacy, primarily it is a lens of analysis, first and foremost. It's a methodology for looking at something and saying, okay, how can we organize this better for the people involved? Right? Like, it's okay, there's a dude at the top who's garnering most of the resources as a result of the work of the people at the bottom. Here's an unjust hierarchy. Let's collapse it down into what we call a heterarchy. That's the opposite of a hierarchy. Most people are taught about hierarchies. Almost nobody gets taught about heterarchies, which are horizontal organizational structures rather than vertical organizational structures.
You mean like a square rather than a pyramid?
Not even square, like a flat line for most, almost all intents and purposes. But yeah, it's a collapsed down hierarchy for, for easier explanation. So that's the first thing. The second thing is how can it work? This is a problem for people who people learn by two ways. There's the rare people who learn by like reading theory and stuff like that. You see them in like the theoretical physicists and mathematicians and those sorts. They're a rare breed. The ones who can learn about reality through theoretical computation and that sort of thing. But they exist, and there's those that can learn about these sorts of things and understand and comprehend how they function just by reading the theory. But the truth of the matter is that the majority of people learn by doing. They learn by experience. And so I can probably explain a lot of these sort of like, how do you go about approval voting or consensus decision making? How does direct democracy work and these sorts of things? How does the scope and scale through federation and councils or delegate committees work? But the truth of the matter is that probably that click in your brain won't happen until you hang out with a bunch of anarchists who do anarchy things, right?
Yeah. Well, I think the way that you're putting it makes it sounds really nice, and I always had a negative opinion about like the left, but I think that the way you put it makes it sound nice or whatever. But the beautiful idea is kind of crushed when it comes to fuck me.
It's okay.
When it comes to like the practical applications in a modern day society, where I think you're I'm not getting my point out here.
Take your time, search for the words, and I don't know if Joe's here. Like, we actually have some people in the community that could probably translate, frankly.
Oh, that would be great. No, I mean, just gonna take the time. I mean,
the truth of the matter is that there is no system that can resist overwhelming authoritative force from an external element as yet designed. The truth of the matter is that when the Red Army shows up on your doorstep tomorrow, congratulations, shit's gonna change. When the United States military rolls into your region, shit's gonna change. There is just no way around that. That is a true fact of life. But
yeah, for sure.
There are ways to demonstrate that it is a functional system. There's one person who did symbolic logic. There's another one who did game theory. There's historians. There's political scientists. There's economists, all of which who you can fall back to. So whatever angle you're particularly looking at, there's even military historians. So if you can look at like Ukraine, and you could go to like somebody like Nestor Makhno, who fought a good fight, and it was a whole concerted effort, including two separate treaties violated by the Red Army, plus the UK, plus I believe Germany, and a little bit of US, as well as the Republicans, not modern day, like you're from that part of the world, you know what I mean when I say Republicans.
Yeah, sure.
I don't need to explain that. That were going against him in those instances, right? Like, it took a concerted effort to actually break the Black Army, as it were, and they were nothing more than an anarchist militia. And so it sort of just depends. I mean, as small as like the Anarchist Republic of Kospaya was, it was a small entity. It lasted for 375 years and became an actual competitor to the Papal States as far as resource production goes. It's a highly efficient, highly productive method of organizational structure. And you can even turn to groups like the Department of Defense and, fascinatingly enough, the British Architectural Association. to look at how efficient and how effective hierarchical organizational structures, a la our anarchistic organizational methodologies, are. The DoD actually advocates for anarchistic style organizational structure within a whole segment of field troops when they're deployed, because there's no chance, once the plan is understood by the people involved, you can't run it up the flagpole more often than not. You need to be able to conduct those ground level decision making processes at an autonomous level. And so there's two separate studies by the United States Department of Defense into these organizational structure methodologies, as well as, like I said, strangely enough, the British Architectural Association looked into architectural houses that utilize hierarchical versus hierarchical organizational structures for their company's operational sets. And what they found was the hierarchically organized companies not only had a lower turnover rate in employees, a higher happiness rate, they had a higher productivity rate, and the survey of their customer base was found to have a higher approval rating for those they were servicing.
Yeah, but that's basically like, I don't know if you've seen it, but I think it's Valve that has like that, the computer company. They have the system on there. They're basically everyone can do what he wants, and I think Google has the kind of same, but there's still an authoritarian deeper when you go a few steps up. I mean, like,
well, but that's just take it the next step, and then you start taking the next step. And so look at somebody like Food Not Bombs, who is successfully feeding people in 120 countries or something like that at this point in time, all across the globe, anarchistically organized, no authority within it.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm not really arguing with the idea, and I truly believe, like, yeah, the system's like more anarchismic states like or run companies or whatever do tend to be higher productive, but I don't see it working in a higher state. And I mean, like, I can't talk for Zootopia or the country, because I never heard about it before, actually. So, but yeah, I don't see it working in a higher state.
It was because it's not designed for a nation state.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
but then isn't like it just?
It's contraindicated. The nation state is contraindicated to an anarchistic society.
But let's see. Let's take Christiania for an example. That's a good place, or what do I say? We have the same place in Denmark, I think.
Okay.
I think you said in Netherlands.
It's Christiania, the Freetown Christiania or whatever, Christiania.
Yeah, I think that's in Denmark, isn't it?
It's Copenhagen. Yeah.
Yeah, Copenhagen. Yeah. Fuck.
I mean.
Well, you choose. You go, and I'll think a bit more.
Well, I mean, it's an anarchist communalist organizational structure for Christiania. They discourage private property. They have like a developed set of societal norms. They do what they want to do, to be perfectly honest.
But isn't they really living on? I mean, they're part of their society. Is it like I mean for schools example? Do they have their own schools? Or
they do not, but others do. Like White Way did. Kospaya educated. And there's actually there's an entire vein of anarchist pedagogy. So the study of the educational processes. And so, others have, like, that they aren't. But again, there's no perfect singular example.
Yeah, I just don't see the development. I mean, like investment and prosperity working on a larger scale in a truly anarchistic society.
How about, could you see something like a workers' co-op working successfully?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so a worker...
But, but like, if let's say we have to build power plants, and then how do we get the investment from there? On fuck, I'm not getting my point right.
Well, that's a hang up on a capitalistic model.
Yeah.
The fact that you're seeking the investment to build the societal benefit is a hang up of capitalistic modality.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's kind of hard to just leave it. Just try to think without it.
It is extraordinarily difficult, right? You're schooled in it. You're brought up in it. You're steeped in it. So it's difficult to move your brain past that point. And I mean, it took years for me to get to this sort of understanding. It took me being involved in processes. It took me being involved in organizations. It took me being an activist and an organizer. And then it took like 10 plus years of theory study, basically, to get to this position where my brain actually sort of comprehends these ideas at a fundamental level. It took a lot of fucking work, but it also, it was 20 years of growing up, and by the way, I'm almost 40 now, but it was, when I really started digging into it, it was 20 plus years of growing up in a capitalist society, right? In this sort of neoliberal hyper-capitalism. So there was a lot of hang-ups for me at first as well. But once you go through like your first weekend consensus decision-making, like primer, and you get involved with an anarchistically organized political activism group where you don't have like, somebody in charge of something or other, and that you have these sort of like group meetings, and you start basing all of these things on it, and you do the history study, and you're like, oh shit, so Paris Commune did this, and Kospaya did this way, and Shinmin did this way, and Spain did it this way, and you start amalgamating all of these ideas, and you're like, okay, all right, I start to see how it works. But it really does, like, it takes a bit to understand that somebody can actually manage and direct without being an authority. It's possible to have a manager in a business who is not an authority within that business.
Yeah, I just think it's hard to draw the line there. I mean, someone's got to be at some point a dumb authority, if you get what I mean. I mean, like, but fuck, I'm not doing this nice.
It's okay.
But, yeah, but I mean, like, fuck. Yeah, I'm a veteran, a writer. In Sweden, we have kind of big social society, so me being right here is basically being a democratic in the US, I guess. So, but I really think that system is good, or it's not good, but it's a working system.
Well, even if
I think just
even if it doesn't work at the macro, which again, like I said, cybernetic theorists and information technology theorists, and I'm information technology territory, like we have addressed the scope and scale issue to an extent that I'm satisfied. But proviso, even if at a macro scale anarchism isn't destined to work, we know beyond the shadow of a doubt it works at the microcosmic scale. And that's the level communities operate at.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I just think perhaps they should leave it at that. I'm not.
Well, I mean, I'd be happy just to get that ball rolling. That's fine. Like, that's a conversation I'd be more than willing to move into. But the fact of the matter is if you have, let's say we have theoretically, right? We have a nation that has 10 communities in it. Small nation. But For an American, they're like, what? But that's entirely possible. There are nation states on this planet. That are not very huge. And they have like 10 communities of varying sizes. And say 6 of those communities start operating by anarchistic principles, right? Individual autonomy leading into free association and reciprocal mutual aid relationships between the people that then end up forming what we call affinity groups. That then utilize the same principles of free association and reciprocal relationships, creating networks of mutual aid organizations within that society. They could be the fisher people, they could be engineers, they could be, manufacturers, they could be pottery makers, construction workers, it doesn't really matter. It could just be based on that community. The affinity group could be, we all live in this village and we have to work together. And so that's your affinity group that gets formed based off of these autonomous free association power networks, basically. Once you have 6 out of those 10 communities operating this way, it is highly unlikely that the tonality of the society is going to not lean that direction. And
yeah, but how they let's say if 6 of those have the anarchist, it's a majority. And if they kind of if they take power and they force the anarchistic,
they wouldn't. See, that's the thing. The free the reciprocal free association portion of it means that anarchists are perfectly happy in the instances of like Trumbleplex outside Detroit. Anarchists can interface with even a neoliberal hyper-capitalist society like the U.S. successfully. Trumbleplex has housing, they have an art space, they have a library, they have a theater, they provide internet for their people, right? And it's anarchistically organized and operated as an entity, but it exists within this microcosm of this other thing. They're perfectly capable of interfacing with Marxist, Leninist, capitalists. It doesn't really matter. So if those other 4 don't want to actually operate on that manner, then what would happen is the anarchists would interface with them in the means and methods that they choose to interface with, right? Like you may have a duly appointed or duly elected authoritative representative for your group. That's fine. That's not how we operate, though. So you are perfectly capable of sending your representative to our communities, but we will not operate in the same manner. We will have to put this before the people, right? Like that's how this is going to go. And so the decision for us will come from a ground-up decision-making process where the decision for your external community will be happening from a top-down process. And we can interface with that just fine.
But I mean, like, let's say if 6 of those are anarchistic, those societies, and 4 of those are not, then they still have the power. I mean, it's hard to get out of the ruling context here, if or my logic of it. But then the 4 of they makes decisions for the 6 of them. Like, let's take a nation that's debt in case, or just an example. They take a loan for an entire society or an entire nation. Do you get what I'm not sure I gave my point here, but
well, I mean, fundamentally, if those 6 do make that decision in that nation state, the fact of the matter is that the majority of the populace actually made that decision. Because as opposed to a leader-based authoritative state as a style of decision-making that the other 4 are using, because that decision-making from those other 6 communities would happen from a ground-up process. So it would actually be the people involved rather than just the leaders of the 10 communities signing off on a piece of paper. So even within that fractionalized argument, it is still a democratic process.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get my head around.
It's okay. I get
it. Yeah. Like get my head around how a country like that would be run. It's just so hard for me to get in. I'm just gonna say it right now that I'm truly impressed with your knowledge and vocabulary. That like typically when I faced other, I'm gonna say leftist, but you know, you get what I mean. It's been like most rather like ignorance and ignorance and yeah. you tell me,
it helps to have done it, right? Like that's the thing. Yes, I studied a shit ton of theory, but the fact of the matter is I did this, so it helps to have both of those at your disposal. And I mean, to be fair to the left and the right and the political spectrum in its entirety, there are plenty of those out there that have the exact same qualifications, that did their theory studies, but also got in the fucking streets and did what they preach. They actually practiced it. And there's lots of those people. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Trust me. You know, I'm not new to online spaces. There's a lot of that. It calls for insurrection and revolution. And you're like, you wouldn't survive the revolution. What are you doing calling for one?
Yeah, that's like the idea I had of anarchists. Like, yeah, the call for revolution.
There are insurrectionary anarchists for sure. But you know, you have to understand, like most people don't understand, or when they encounter these sorts of things, the first thing they do is they go and read like Bakunin and Kropotkin and maybe Proudhon. And they read the stuff from 200 years ago, right? But if your theory hasn't updated, then what you're reading is solutions or ideas for solutions for a society that is, one, international to yours, you know, it's foreign to your nation state, and two, it's 200 fucking years old. And
well, that's like that's what I'm so impressed over, because the revolutionary idea is basically what I call anarchist, really. So,
there's a whole host of what I mean, and this is the space I occupy, is what's referred to as like post-left, post-anarchism, and it's a bunch of like political science jargon territory shit, but all at the end of the day is that post-anarchists are about saying that, look, there's really not that much theory needed. You have individual autonomy from the day you were born. Understand that concept and then move forward in how you form your power dynamics or your relationships therein. Understanding that. And then post-leftism is just about an analysis of leftist practices, and not necessarily leaving of leftism, but just stepping back and saying, look, there's some stuff that happens within leftist spaces that as anarchists we find a little unpalatable. And so let's analyze that, utilizing our anarchism as that lens of analysis.
Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of right stuff that I don't agree with, but I just find it hard to debunk anarchists, because it's so hard, and it's not really. It's hard to practice it in a large state, and
well, I think that's
truly is an utopia.
Well, it's not a utopic, and that's the thing. Like, that's the Emma Goldman quote about how there is no anarchist utopia. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. We aren't utopians. There will always be work to be done. It is idealistic, philosophically speaking. Like, at its core, it is idealism. But we aren't utopians. And in the words of, like, I don't know how much leftist space interaction you've had, but the Marxists have a saying, because Marx said this, that I try not to write recipes for the cook shops of the future. Right. Anarchists have the same saying, but we say there is no project of projects. So basically, it's an anarchist way of saying, like, look, once we achieve a state, not like nation state, but like a way of being, right? Once we achieve a state of properly educated individually autonomously operating people who understand that they have the freedom to form and shape and reshape and dissolve these power dynamics between each other and within the society themselves. Once we achieve that, the actual nature of the social group, we can't predict. The dynamism contained within that is not something we can actually make any sort of prefigurative statements about. Like communists will say, like, it should be this way, right? Or capitalists or neoliberals, they will say it should be this way. Anarchists say, look, what we're trying to achieve is a certain level of education for the masses and an understanding of these, inalienable rights, to borrow an American turn of phrase on this one. And once you actually internalize that, what you do with that, I can't predict.
Exactly, but I just find it hard to work in the reality with, like, it's kind of based off the human is a good creature, and that everybody would like to live in this happy old picking flowers in the afternoon, but how does it deal with, like, greed, criminality?
How does it deal with the outliers? Okay, so first you wrap your head around the fact that, or if you're going to go down this path, one, what would happen is you would deal with a lot of the core or foundational topics that lead to that misbehavior within society, right? I'm not saying it's going to eliminate it. There's no perfection here, but that's step one. Is, you start eliminating a lot of those contributing or prefigurative factors to that behavior pattern, right? Access to mental health care, proper education, access to opportunities, material and subsistence and material conditions being met throughout society, thus drawing down on criminality rates and all of those sorts of things, right? This is your sort of starting position. But you will always have a percentage, right? There's no getting around that. Humans are going to human. And so even anarchists admit that you have to, that the individual and the society has the right to defend itself. And so there's a variety of degrees of defense that occur here. In the case of, like, oh, hey, you're walking down the street and somebody tries to rape you, right? Well, you'd be surprised. That may actually sort itself out pretty quickly. If you catch my drift. We're not going to get too far into that avenue of process. But there's plenty of cases where that can sort itself out. But in the instances where society is brought into the process, anarchists are fully aware and capable of segregationary procedures, right? As somebody in Sweden, right? You said? You are better positioned to understand this than most Americans.
Because I feel myself having, like, kind of a view of what's great in both sides, and
because if I say prison over here, it invokes an entire mental process, right? And it's this whole thing. But in your part of the world, you understand restorative and reparative justice. You understand providing opportunities to those that have been damaging to society. You understand, that they're still human beings that should still be treated like human beings. And
but my opinion is really, like, if let's say we have a serial killer that killed 10 people.
You segregate them from society. You do it with the most humane, egalitarian principles that one can muster. But society has the right to defend itself.
Does he deserve the right, though?
That's the violation. See, that's the thing. Within anarchist philosophy, your right to freedom extends only so far that you are not infringing upon someone else's.
Yeah, but once you have gone over that line, when he, let's say, killed someone.
Okay.
He went over the line. He forces someone else. Can't the society go back and force that individual on like a more not humane, like tooth for a tooth, basically?
No, revenge is not justice.
No, I get what you mean, but
and America, if anybody has taught us this, America should have taught us this lesson by now. Revenge is not justice.
Yeah, I see your point. I'm just trying to. I've been so. I think it's a happy idea, but I don't think it's. The word's not good. That's what was my point. Is basically, of course, we're not going for America. That has basically what is like the highest percentage of all countries in prison.
Yep. Per capita and total raw number. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, we're not going there, and there's plenty of evidence.
Norway has a really good maximum security prison that I often point to. That this would be.
Yeah, I've seen it. Or do you mean like this? I think it was a YouTube video or something.
I've only seen a blog post about it before. I've seen like a tour of the pictures of the inside and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's closer, right? Access to education, access to mental health care, access to, philosophical underpinnings and people who are there to help you. Even if you are unrepentant and there seems to be no hope, even 50 years down the line, we should still hold out hope as a society that maybe you will change your mind. Maybe something will reach you. Maybe something will touch that part of you inside and you will, grow and progress. But the fact of the matter remains that even within an anarchistically organized society, society and the individuals both have the right to defend themselves. And if you have shown a willingness to cause that extent of damage and you are unrepentant and you are a repeat offender, then yes, there is segregationary methodologies that can be utilized even by the anarchists.
Yeah.
But we still hold to those Enlightenment era principles of egalitarianism and recognize your, innate human worth and in essence as a being, and don't, we would try and provide the very best that we could possibly provide.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say you have really changed my opinion about the good politicians. I'm gonna call you a politician.
Fair enough. I'll take politician. I'll take propagandist. Whatever you want. It's okay. Yeah. I can work with it.
Yeah. Well, I think we all strive to make the same. Everyone be happy, or I guess, or live in a happy society. So I'm just gonna say that you really impressed me.
Well, thank you. And
I was going to debunk your bullshit, but. But I didn't manage. No, but I really think we all strive to.
It's good.
It's
something I believe in. It's something I've done. It's something I've studied. It's and so yeah, I try and do my best to do it justice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just see the points where we collide is that you see the humans kind of a. You see the best of things, and I'm quite I don't know, optimistic, not the opposite of optimistic.
Pessimistic.
Yeah, pessimistic. Yeah, pessimistic about the human race. I mean, about like everything, and I think that's where our
that's fair
beliefs.
That's fair. But I think if you look into the history of anarchism, it's some really fascinating stories that may actually touch that pessimistic strain, because some of the most successful anarchist communities, and by the way, there's this concept by a highly problematic individual. So I always mention that ahead of time, mentioning this concept, because the guy who was a proponent of this idea had some problems. Let's just put it that way. Hakim Bey was an advocate for what's called TAZs, temporary autonomous zones. and that anarchism doesn't necessarily have to be a multi-hundred-year process, and that there are instances and reasons for anarchist societies to spring up and go away, and it's not a failure of anarchism. And there's instances such as this, as in like this during the Spanish Civil War and during the Korean conflict, that anarchist society sprung out of that vacuum and provided for and took care of the people in the most dire time of need. And so one of the more interesting historical aspects of anarchism is that some of the more common times and places that you actually find anarchist societies is when everything else has gone to shit. And that there is this innate organizational structure within human society that we can default back to, that can provide, and in the instance of Spain, 50% of the agriculture and industry during the Civil War. Like, it's capable, it's this sort of fallback mode. It's a default setting that we can always rely upon, and it's there. And if we understand it to the best of our abilities, then maybe we can tap that for something else.
Yeah, I'm just... Okay, let's say about people living off other people. The idea is basically that you have 20 people working and everybody's working with each other. And if someone's sick, 19 are still gonna take care of them, of him. But what do we? What happens when someone he's not sick, he just don't want to work?
That's that's an actually common question, to the extent that I know even Non-Compete has addressed this question before. One, it's really interesting to see that question, hear that question when people prompt it, because it gives you more insight into the person than humanity itself. People naturally want to be productive and creative. Yeah. It's usually the circumstances of their society that causes them to enter into a state of non-productivity, right? Like, it's usually wage slavery and oppressive society and just the drudgery of the day-to-day that causes that burnout or that level of depression. So it's a far smaller group of people that would actually do that. But
yeah, but
they exist.
And let's say like I don't want to work the fields, or I don't want to go to my company and manufacture. I want to paint.
Okay.
I want to, and no one wants to buy them. No one wants to buy my paintings, but I'm still gonna take benefits from all those.
Yes.
To the manufacturer.
Yes, because you're looking at the painting as a commodity within a capitalist framework, rather than the traditional view that art is contributing to something more abstract, such as society and culture.
Yep.
And so anarchists would reframe your artistic activity as being productive and contributing to the greater good.
But does it work out if, let's say, 15 of those people do something that...
Except they don't. The fact of the matter is they don't.
No, sure.
I mean, this is just the reality and the pragmatic truth of the matter. I mean, in my own community, we've got a bunch of people that just want to farm. They just want to grow stuff. And they're providing food for their families and their surrounding neighbors. I mean, right off the top of my head, Cassidy springs to mind immediately. This is community gardens spring up all the time. I mean, this is the thing, is the truth of the matter is provided the correct set of circumstances, human beings will rise to the occasion. And we have provided a set of circumstances that lowers the expectations and oppresses and suppresses those impulses within humans. And
I'm not saying everyone's gonna go paint, but you get the idea. The problem that I'm trying to reveal or?
If there are jobs and if there are jobs or tasks within society that are necessary, that the society deems necessary for survival of the group, that are not necessarily pleasant or that people are wishing to do on a regular basis, generally speaking, what happens is some sort of rotational system is set up for that, so nobody burns out. So
yeah, okay, like let's say cleaning the toilets.
Yeah, sure. Cleaning the toilets. You do it 1 week a year.
Yeah. Okay.
Cost of living in a society. We can deal with that. Right? There's 51 weeks out of the year, you don't even have to worry about it. But 1 week out of the year, yeah, I can clean toilets.
Yeah, but let's say in a larger way, that I don't find that working. So we're gonna go from farming to garbage truck driver.
I think you're ignoring the social capital also that comes along with these sorts of roles.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Doing a job that is necessary for the survival of the social group provides a level of social capital and recognition within the social group, and that once you alleviate the sort of capitalistic tendencies, you also have that payoff as well. And under that sort of situation, you'd be taking care of their subsistence and material conditions anyway. So now what you're doing is providing some sort of rotational basis so that you don't burn out. You have more downtime anyway. We already know that the 5-day work week under the current automation levels and industrial manufacturing levels of the society is artificially inflated. Realistically, we could probably get it down to a 3-day work week with no problem. It's just a logistics and economics issue on the back end. We'd have to retool some of the systems. And so if I said to you, look, to maintain society, what we need is a 3-day work week, and then you can have 4 days to yourself. That's a compromise most people are willing to make. And so that's sort of the territory that we're talking about, is that, like, one, you don't have to be stuck with a job that necessarily will burn you out and that you have to do forever. And two, look, you only have to do it maybe 3 days a week and that sort of thing. And, and three, society's going to thank you for doing it anyway. And four, with all that spare time, we can start to engage in other community oriented activities. Sure, maybe 3 days a week you're a doctor, but on the weekends you're a farmer, right? Like, the weekends now are 4 days. Like, I volunteer at the community garden, I get in the dirt, I get back to nature, that sort of thing. It is just about a rebalancing of the logistical backends and systems that we're talking about in that way.
But isn't there a problem when I think what your beliefs works really good in inside capitalistic society, where we have the option to basically throw them out. But if let's say it's stuck on an island, and there's the problems. I mean, do you get what I mean? You're basically living a happy place inside. But
those are then you just go to somebody like Cospaia, who was an isolated nation state, admittedly small, but literally surrounded by aggressors who cut them off, like bordered them, that sort of situation, and 375 years this shit, right? They managed to make it work. And Cospaia was essentially that island scenario that you're looking at. And what they did is they were what's considered anarcho-communitarianism. And so it very much, if I had to explain it shorthand, almost operating as a family. No formal currency, no formal currency, no formal laws, no judges, no police, no military.
I just see it hard making it into modern day society. I mean, would you agree that there's several benefits of having a capitalistic or living inside of the capitalistic
I'm not
society.
delusionary. There are benefits, but here comes the counter argument. The downsides are starting to outweigh the upsides. And so it is time to start discussing. And like, look, I'm not in no way in shape or form am I authoritative or prefigurative or declarative or perfunctory in this sort of statements. What I'm saying is, like, as an anarchist, as you know, a decently educated anarchist in this field, I want a seat at the I want a seat at the table. Right? Like, I know there's like lots of people with differing views and that sort of things, but I'm realistically recognizing a state of transitionary, a necessary state of transition. Feudalism did lots of good, right? Like, we all know about the horrible state of feudalism, but look, I mean, feudalistic agricultural methodologies, the centering upon the town, the coordinated work activities, these sorts of things were productive for society for a time. But then the downsides began to outweigh the upsides, and the plague came along, and a whole host of socioeconomic factors started kicking in. And the next thing you have is constitutional monarchism sort of being ushered in. That, yeah, sure, okay, you can be in charge, but we have rules about you being in charge that you have to agree to, right? And that was super productive for a whole host of countries for a long time. But then something better came along, because the downsides of that started to outweigh the upsides. And so your productivity versus your contraction or your negativity within that system, you start to do the cost-benefit analysis of it. And we're reaching that state with the sort of neoliberal hyper-capitalistic model. Sure, there's upsides, but there's also this entire pile of downsides over here that we have to address. And if we're going to start addressing this, and if we start retooling the system once again, because everybody always sees capitalism as sort of like this end state being with no historical context whatsoever, and thinking that, oh, that's as far as we go as a species. Well, no, there will be a next thing. And if there's going to be a next thing, I would like to advocate for something that brings in far more individual autonomy, far more either direct democracy or consensus decision-making. And as an anarchist, I'm positioned excellently to speak on these topics, right? We should have more say. We should have more engagement within the system. We should have more vetoing power within the system, and, sort of retraction of political entities and these sorts of things. And so, yes, on the microcosmic scale, I will eminently advocate for anarchism. I will teach people about it. I will show them how to set up anarchistic worker cooperatives, that sort of thing. I'll show them how to set up mutual aid networks within their community. And I think that is like step one, because it's within these gaps of oversight, the sort of microcosmic examples, right? It's within these gaps of oversight that you can begin to construct the sort of emancipatory destinations beyond capitalism, beyond authoritarianism, beyond the state. And so it's from those spaces that, the seeds grow. And that's all I'm doing, is planting some seeds. Am I an idealist? Fuck yeah, I'm an anarchist, right? At the end of the day, of course I'm an idealist. But I also like to, think that I have a healthy dose of realism and pragmatism involved, because I'm not delusionary. I don't think that there's going to be an anarchist revolution tomorrow that's going to turn the United States into some sort of anarchist society. That's insane. But
yeah, that's the thing. I think most people, or as I know, it's when they hear anarchist, they just hear of those punks that want to go with the revolution. I really think it's you should get a new name. That's
there is that talk. Trust me. But it is the more people that know these techniques and know these methodologies, the more likely that they're going to make decisions in their day-to-day life and in greater society, right? That align with those principles more readily. And so, yeah, maybe, you still have your sort of neoliberal representative system, but maybe just maybe, if you're in a small community and you have a bunch of anarchists who set up successful mutual aid networks and they start getting all of that rolling, and you start to see a bunch of them become engaged within the process, and you start to see other people notice, oh, that really works. And hey, sure, we have city council members, but we also installed instant recall and instant overturning of their decisions, as would be aligned with delegate processes within an anarchistic system, right? You don't actually represent us, and anything you do that violates the social group's will is cause for instant recall and instant overturning of whatever, you know, processes you may have been engaged in at that time, right? There's this bleed effect that can happen. And on a grand scale, that can really start to influence things. If the town next to you has the ability to kick their politicians to the curb the instant they start fucking up, and not having to wait for the next 4 years worth of fuck ups, right? That's an idea that can catch on pretty fast. Mm-hmm. And so it's these sorts of things that I hope to to put out there.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, as I said, I live in Sweden, and we have, I don't know if you have it, but we have basically politicians can do, or every government employee can do whatever the fuck they want, and they can't be held accountable for it.
Mm-hmm. Do you have no confidence votes? Is that what you're talking about?
I think it's like liability or
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a different thing. But yeah, like that is one aspect of what I'm talking about. The other would be like a no confidence vote. That, you know, sure, you got elected 3 weeks ago, but already you're fucking up so epically that we're like, you know what, we're gonna vote again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You basically call for the votes.
Yes, exactly. And so, you know, that's something we don't have. Like, and that's a let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Good to know, non-binary. Yeah. And so, yeah, that's it. First and foremost, the number one job of an anarchist is education. This is my opinion, of course, but it is, you know, I like it. That's our number one job, is education, because I have to be able to convey the tools to the person so that they can then go do what they see fit doing. It's not my job to fucking give you marching orders and put flyers in your hands and put you in the street and shit like that. It's my job to teach you, you know, you are an individual. You do have autonomy. You do have capability of doing, you know, a philosophical analysis of the power dynamics and relationships between, that exist between you and other people in your life and the state and society at large. And if we do the proper levels of education, then comes step 2, a little bit of organizing.
Yeah, honestly, you changed my mind quite a lot. I'm not happy with the current system either, especially when it comes to mental health, basically. Like the system with with social media, and basically, I don't think that the human was designed to do a little like this, but I don't see how it will work. I mean, I get.
Are you familiar with
I get your idea.
Are you familiar with the concept of dual power?
No, not really.
Okay, so give me 1 second. I just have to reply to a message here.
Yeah, sure. If you want to take time in the chat as well,
I'm already done. They're capable of self-managing when I go off on tangents and I'm doing something like this.
Just stop me whenever you see you're done.
But okay, so you're concerned about mental health, right? Let's just focus there. Yeah. All right. So do you happen to live within like an apartment complex or like okay. So here's how an anarchist would go about doing this. One, we'd set up a skills exchange. We would itemize how many like what's everybody good at, right? Like that's one of those things that anarchists first and foremost. We need to know what everybody's skilled at. You being focused on mental health, when setting up that skills exchange, would be seeking out people who have experience within social services, psychology, psychiatry, therapy, these sorts of things. And you would be seeking them out. Is there anybody within your immediate community that has experience in this area? And then we would go about setting up a methodology for exchanging those skills for something else. Like, hey, I know life is hectic, but if we arranged for, say, your shopping to be done for you like maybe twice a week or once a week, could you use that saved time to conduct a potential therapy session for somebody in the building who needs it? And then you start availing each other of your needs and your skills. And so you set that up, and now you've got ad hoc therapy within your apartment complex. Okay, so maybe you don't have it and you have to seek elsewhere. But again, it's probably not that far away, but that's where you would start.
I'm not finding. I don't know if that's the solution, but I'm just addressing the current.
But that's the thing is you're not going to be able to within that model to address the greater thing. What you have to do is work within the system, and this is where I get in trouble with other anarchists. What I would now tell you to do is do not eschew the electoralism, right? Like a lot of anarchists are like, you can't participate in that. It's immoral. It's unethical, that sort of thing. But for me as an anarchist, that's the day off, right? Like if you're going to engage in the electoralism, if you're going to engage in the other system, that's fine. Do it. There's power to be had there, and there's systems to be changed there, and there's ways to do it. Do it, right? But what you should be focused on is creating a dual power system. And so you're slowly siphoning off resources from the other system to create this entity that is within your society or your community that you can rely upon, actually, rather than this other system that you're busy trying to fix because it is basically intentionally broken. And so do that, but also do this other thing.
But I see what's your opinion, but I'm just having a hard time grasping.
It'll take a while. It'll take a while.
I guess it's kind of unexpected if I grasped it all and you took 10 years or whatever.
It's just one of those things. What I'm going to do though, I'm just gonna DM you over like an actual Discord link. What you'll do is you'll disconnect, like you'll leave the server and then use the link, and that link will actually keep you. The new one will actually keep you in the community. So when you disconnect from the other one, it's a temporary invite. But I just sent you a permanent invitation link. That way you can hang out and you can continue to ask questions and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, cool. This conversation, that's what I'm striving for. I've seen so much. Basically, the whole political arena today is so segregated. So I'm just happy having this conversation, like calm and understanding of each other, and even if I don't totally agree with you,
we don't have to. I'm not looking for clones. Hey, hey Cobbs and hey Cobbs people, what's up? But like I said, I'm gonna start wrapping it up now. Just because but by all means, stick around. I'm on 5 days a week anyway. And so if you have future questions, if you want to swing by again and you want to have further conversation, by all means, it's the entire point of what I do.
Cool.
Zen, thank you for the resub.
Thank you for your time and letting me speak here.
I did quite this has been honestly, this has been refreshing. This is a nice cap to take care of yourself, Cobbs. Thank you. Hope your stream was good as well. This was a nice cap. The week has been filled with a bunch of psychopaths and genocidal maniacs and fucking nut jobs. Like I'm not being hyperbolic here. I wish I were. So having a productive, engaging, educational conversation with somebody who's open-minded and a reasonable human being, trust me, it was a nice way to end my week too.
That's great. Well, I guess I see you then.
All right. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, I'll if there's a problem, like I said, disconnect from the server itself, like leave the server and then attempt to use that link. If there is a problem, let me know in chat on Twitch really quickly and I'll whisper you a new invitation and we'll get that done.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Right. Thanks. Take care. Whew.
That was a nice combo.
I'm happy. I'm happy. That was all. That's what I do. Right? Like that's the intent, at least.
Yeah. The plan at the start.
Oh, yes, exactly, Rabbit. Cleansing breath. After this week, that was exactly what I needed. That's exactly how I needed to end my week, quite frankly. So let's see. I just want to keep an eye on Bill Care. Is it? Yeah, there's an L there. I'm just checking. Ending a stream on a high note on this week's streak. I know, dude. This week has been just absolutely bad, just chock full of whack job. Praxis live streamed. Yeah. I legitimately, I'm super satisfied with that. All right. Bill just said, I'm glad you had a good time as well. Let's see. You know what? Just in case I lose you on the server, Bilk, I just sent you a friend request. And so if you leave the server, we can still converse and there we go. I can send you an invite just in case.
Fucking sweet.
Sorry for randomly tagging you. I meant to tag Rabbit. That's fair. That's okay, Binary. Practice achieved. Easy clap. Let's see. All right. So was anybody paying attention to chat? Did I miss anything that I need to address, or am I good?
I think you're fine. It didn't seem like much was really going on.
All right. Then, oh, fucking A. It is, let's see, it's after 10. So if we are going to fucking do bad movie night, Kai has to go make some food for himself and then get back to the Discord server. So that, is usually about an hour for me to do that. Not really a minor eco-fash and some argument over laws being logical and just. Other than that, meh. Fair enough, Rabbit. And hey there, public. I meant to say hi to you earlier. That anti-civ and not those Nosball types. But now we're in Pisces. Yes, public. Tonight is bad movie night. Well, if you're not streaming tonight, public, you are perfectly welcome to. Are you? I mean, I've sent it to you before, for the love of God. Yeah, there you are. All right. I was just like, are you even on the server? Parley, you're good. Yes, tonight is bad movie night on the Discord server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it up here. And we will reconvene on the Discord server in voice chat in approximately an hour. So Shala, fair enough. Smashing. We have the next two weeks. Well, we have this week and next week lined up for what it's. Oh, an Ayn Rand movie. Jesus Christ. I don't know if we want that bad. So yeah. Either way, Atlas shrugged. Well, I mean, we definitely could make a lot of fun of that. So, but it has to be a bad movie. Like, that's the point of bad movie. Like, it needs to be a bad movie. If you understand what I'm saying. Rock on, public. Rev, if you watch Reefer Madness, I might actually download Discord. That definitely could be on the list. That's a solid. That's a solid movie. Yeah, a bad movie. Exactly, Estrella. Exactly. Estrella knows how to speak the language. All right. Let's see. Who are we gonna raid to really quickly?
Curio's on, Backstab, Bleep Temple. There's a few.
Momo. Didn't we raid to Momo last night? Did we do that?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we raided to Momo last night, Squid. So, let's see. Momo's raising money for Queerty. I mean, Curio's raising money for Curio. I'm thinking Lin Wu is on right now with 3 and just playing XCOM. Let's see. So, you know what? Fuck it. Curio heads, Lin Wu tails. Flip a coin. It's tails. Lin Wu. All right. I'm gonna start that raid.
Nice.
It's global capitalism. We're all raising money. Fair enough. Either way. All right. I will. For those of you who want to join in on Bad Movie Night, we will be reconvening on the Discord server in approximately an hour's time within voice chat. I will see you there, or I hope to. Everyone else, take care. I'll see you on Monday because, you know, I don't stream on weekends. Hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time. Holy shit, that was released.